Okay, everybody out there in YouTube land, welcome to the big program for tonight. My name is Matt Yancik. I am the host of tonight's festivities. I'm the founder and head game master here at Manufactured Myth and Legerdemain, and welcome to issue one of a two-issue limited series we're calling Hero State. So tonight we are bringing the big finish, well, the beginning of the big finish, that's going to cap off our summer superhero theme. So tonight we're presenting an adventure featuring almost all of our heroes. We do have a couple heroes who are out actually tonight, but we're crossing our fingers that they'll be back next week for at the same bat time, same bat channel. So tonight's adventure takes place on an Earth in which World War II was fought and won using super beings. So on this Earth, two psychic bombs were dropped on Japan. And a superpowered arms race was set in motion, a kind of a parallel to the Cold War that was very different than our own. There was a supers war. So in this world, John F. Kennedy was not actually assassinated because he turned out, in fact, to be a super being, and he went on to two very successful terms of office, followed after by his brother Robert, who was also a super being who won two more terms, and this thus cementing the Kennedys as a kind of American royalty in our universe. So gradually, as super beings came out about who they were, they began to fill elected seats of government. And in the late 1960s, the turbulent 1960s, this ignited a second United States Civil War that bled over into the early 70s, from which a second Confederacy arose in the South. And now, the nation once known as the United States has been broken up into three smaller nations. We have New England in the Northeast, where the capital is Boston. The government is composed primarily of super beings, and the president, as a matter of fact, is a descendant of John F. Kennedy, which truly carries on the Kennedy legacy. So the Second Confederacy exists in the South, the capital of which is Washington, D.C., and it's a place where super beings are hunted, registered, and ultimately imprisoned. And then finally, to the west, there are Texas and California, who perpetually fight for control over the scraps of it all in an area basically just called the Westlands. But tonight, though, we turn our attention to Boston, Massachusetts, where we pick up with our heroes. And right on cue, we have our heroes here tonight. Um, so, gentlemen, welcome to the big program. Thank you all very much for joining me. As I was telling you guys beforehand, and now I'm hoping the viewers understand, we're just going to try and have some fun tonight. We're just going to try and laugh, enjoy ourselves, do a little bit of maybe world building, and make up some cool adventures. What was that, Frank?
Hey, I'm the magic guy.
Oh, there we go. So before we begin, let's go around the table, the virtual table, and let's see who everybody is playing. So I'm just going to go clockwise here. So let's start with Eric Witmer, who is playing the part of the dimensional detective. Can you tell us maybe a little bit about who the dimensional detective is?
Right. He is this universe's version of oh wait, trademark
Mm.
infringement. And
Be careful with the intellectual property.
right. He's, let's say, kind of a shabby regular John kind of guy who is constant in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
And his magic user. Um kind of a shabby character, gadabout town, sort of a lazy playboy type.
Got it. And can you tell us a little bit about your prior adventure? What was it that you had partaken in before?
I woke up after an attack,
Mm-hmm.
finding my body was being used as a conduit to channel energy from another dimension into sort of like a central dimension, was uniting dimensions together.
Mm-hmm.
And I had to break free, and with the help of the Canadian Cavalier and Solo Down, I broke out of this trap that I was in. And I was last seen traveling down the streets of Montreal, levitating magically while sort of sailboating on the back of a motorcycle.
That's right. You weren't actually on the seat. You were levitating. Okay, I do remember that. Let's keep going around here, and I think that each one of us has a different Zoom layout. So to me, the next person in line is none other than Walter John Williams as the Elasticized Man. Walter, who is the Elasticized Man? Can you tell us about him?
Well, the Elasticized Man is Josh Dole,
Mm-hmm.
who is a trust fund kid and a perpetual undergraduate. He's managed to maintain full-time enrollment at Harvard for 8 years without actually earning a degree.
I know a few people like that in my neighborhood, yes.
Because of a legacy left to him by his grandfather or great-grandfather, something like that. Anyway, he is a sort of Indian rubber man. He can transform himself into any shape, into any person, so long as, pigmentation and hair color remain the same.
Mm-hmm.
In the last adventure, he transformed himself into a giant bowling ball and was just rolling over things.
That's right. Oh my God. Okay.
Anyway, he got kicked out of school. His trust fund got screwed up. He got kicked out of school, kicked out of his apartment on the very same day when he inherited a very large mansion.
What a coincidence.
Yes.
How did Josh end up getting the mansion?
Well, he inherited it. There was a lawyer who had been in service to his black sheep uncle.
Mm-hmm.
The black sheep uncle disappeared years ago. And finally, the clock ticked over to where the will kicked in. And now I have inherited a mansion, a substantial fortune. And if it weren't that my parents were still alive, I'd be Batman.
Perfect.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it. And I was absolutely not at all trying to make this the hero team's headquarters. Not at all. Was there anything behind that?
In trying to track down my black sheep uncle, I ended up in another dimension.
Mm-hmm.
And it never to escape. I encountered the Canadian Cavalier there, who seems to be in everybody's adventure now.
I know. He's a cheap cameo. He's the cheapest cameo I can get. Those are expensive, Walter. If
yes.
I got to dig low into the barrel when I'm going for
and
those.
And also I encountered. Wait, where is he? He seems to have vanished.
Yes, so Solo Down is unfortunately absent tonight. We were unable to get all of our characters together, but we hope to have more next week in our conclusion.
Well, I'm not surprised he vanished, because he is, after all, some kind of outlaw.
That is true. That is very true. He has gone from city to city collecting heroes and bringing them together to fight a greater evil. So Walter, thanks a lot for that. Let's scoot along to who the next person in the queue here, and we have Frank Tallarico playing the Helix. Who is the Helix, Frank?
The Helix is Alonzo Boyden, PhD. That's right. I am a doctor. And
okay. You sound sensitive about that.
It's not that kind of doctor.
It's still a doctor, but
okay.
Don't get me off topic here. I was a renowned plant geneticist in central New York.
Okay.
My powers include the ability with touch to practice a sort of epigenetics and change temporarily the genes of living things, either to physiological means or, I can manipulate hormones and emotions and do all kinds of different things like that. And something went wrong, accidentally killed somebody.
Okay.
And it landed me incarceration in Deer Island Paramax Prison, where I was happened to be next door to another, just kind of a ne'er-do-well named Warchalker. He did some stuff with Wi-Fi and waves and computers, and
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. He could do things without touching, so it was quite unusual. But after 2 years in the clink, an opportunity arose where we were able to escape said island with a couple other inmates, but in the process of creating havoc and chaos and bringing down the man
Mm-hmm.
at Deer Island, we managed to make way with a couple canisters of syringes, if you will, which seemed to amplify our
That's
superpower.
right. This is the
So
moment when the game master he realizes something that he gave to the players that he's now going to have to compensate for through the rest of the game, or allow them to use.
Right.
Allow them to use. I'm sorry, Frank. So go ahead. What was the what were you about to say?
Oh, I have no idea. We actually
Thank you.
drafted off of the island, and so I was able to let's see.
Oh, you're going to
Because
bring it out, aren't you?
yeah, there we are. I was able to trade in my jail clothes, and one of the very first things Warchalker did for me
Mm-hmm.
once he had connectivity again
Yeah.
was he hacked in and created a new identity for me. I am a research assistant at
Oh.
Harvard
Okay.
University.
Mm-hmm.
I have a lab, and I am intricately trying to break down the contents of that material. So let me get my lab coat on.
Okay. Oh, wow. All right. So you've
And,
you've turned over a new leaf.
right. And now I went from being just plain old Dr. Boyden.
Right.
I am now Dr. Shaw. I have a secret identity now.
I like it. Okay. Very cool. Thank you very much for that. Let's keep rolling along. Let's get to Steve Kanaras, who is playing the Canadian Cavalier tonight. Steve,
Yes, yes.
tell us a little bit about the Canadian Cavalier.
So the Canadian Cavalier is Alain Levesque, a part of the Levesque, storied Levesque family of Martin trappers up in northern Quebec. And Alain was living, the life in the wild Canadian North,
Mm-hmm.
when he stumbled upon a relic from Canadian history and met the ghost of the Marquis de Salaberry, a Canadian hero from the 19th century, and ended up with his sword.
Mm-hmm.
And after a near-death experience from which he was rescued by his trusty sidekick, he now fights crime and has been a kind of a Canadian folk hero for the last 10 years. And in his solo adventure, he kind of got embroiled into a plot with
Mm-hmm.
some freedom fighters. I think they were what was I don't remember what they were called, like the Canadian Whites
The red
or something
and white,
like that.
the red and white
Whites.
North.
The Red and White North, who
Yes.
at first seemed like a terrorist group, but in fact, as it turned out, were trying to stymie the machinations of a group called the Others, which seemed to be
Mm-hmm.
coming from the new Confederacy, trying to take over the Canadian police and Canadian political scene. So after kind of exposing a little bit of their plot,
Mm-hmm.
he ended up fleeing with the help of he ended up fleeing the scene, being kind of a fugitive in his own country, and was recruited by the mysterious Solo Down into the greater plot to stop the Others, and found his way into a couple of other adventures with a couple of these folks here. And now he finds himself in Boston trying to figure out exactly what's going on with this plot, nefarious plot. And also, those Red and Whites had a serum that gave them enhanced superpowers as well. So the threads are starting to weave together.
Kind of ties in with something else that was going on with Deer Island Paramax facility. And last but not least, as we keep rolling along here, let's talk to my good buddy James McKenzie, who's playing tonight the Eternal Trooper. Can you tell us a little bit about the Eternal Trooper, James?
Certainly. The Eternal Trooper is a eternal force spirit that awakens throughout the ages in times of war since the beginning of recorded war history. Currently, that awakening is occurring inside Ed Hedford, a security analyst for the New England Defense Force Homeland Security, who has been struggling with this eternal spirit awakening within himself. And the spirit itself is the warrior with a soul of iron, kind of summoned in these times to deal with great military threats, burgeoning military threats, war threats in the world. I think last we left Edward, he had a mysterious encounter with a blacksmith, metallurgist at the museum.
Yeah.
Who had some interesting characters looking into her work. And we did have a bit of a chat afterwards, but most of that time was dedicated to some of the first origins of this this timeless force from the first battle ever recorded, of the Battle of Megiddo, with a Egyptian warrior named Koth.
That's right.
A very untimely end.
And I believe
iron and meteoric pain.
You know, when I heard Eternal Trooper, I was sort of hoping that you would be the oldest surviving vaudevillian.
Well, those are the origins of the Eternal Trooper.
Oh my gosh, that certainly doesn't preclude that he could have been one iteration of him through the ages.
You know, that's
the fight for vaudeville back in.
That's right. Well, if he starts doing jazz hands, we'll know.
Yeah,
we'll know.
What are you doing? Stop.
Well, that's right. Please back up. Well, ladies and gentlemen, everybody is given a little bit of a summary of what their game was, and as I have to be honest, as I'm listening to all of the games, I'm like, oh my god, what was I thinking by having like so many diverse threads? And the funny thing is, like, there are actually 2 other players, regular players, that also have plot threads. You're probably wondering how I'm going to tie it all up. Well, to be honest, so am I. But tonight we're just going to have some fun. It's a 2-parter. I'm not going to worry about it because anything I screw up tonight, I'm sure I'll fix it in our next game.
Fix it in post.
Yeah, we'll fix it in post. I'll pull the YouTube video down. I'll put some subtitles on there and change the voiceovers to make it make more sense. So at any rate, we're going to play tonight Hero State, and so we're playing a superheroes game set in an alternate dimension. We are using the Marvel Superheroes game written by Jeff Grubb and Steve Winter, and that uses the phase rip system, which is a really simple and easy system to follow along with. I'll be using some prompts and some title cards to show you what we're doing and how we're doing it a little bit later as we get into the game. We're also going to try, like I said, we're just trying to have fun. We're going to play a regular game the way that we would normally play if we weren't streaming, and except I'm narrating what we're doing as we do it. So what I wanted to do is just sort of start us off by describing the scene, and then you each can kind of tell me maybe how you figure into this scene. Some of the characters know each other and have met. Some of them have connections. So we can kind of like build and talk about those connections, or we can talk about what they're doing on their own. So today is actually next Friday. So it's September 7th, I believe. And today, Boston Red Sox are going up against Cleveland at Fenway Park, which is an actual game that's actually going to play next Friday. It is a Friday morning, and That's not the big news, though, for today in Boston. The big news is that a brand new medical facility is going to be opened up and will have its grand opening today. And so this medical facility is being opened up as a place for wayward children who are infected with superpowers. So these children might be orphans, they may be homeless, they may for some reason not have anyone to take care of them, but this facility is going to actually take care of children with super abilities. And the big news about this is that President Kennedy is going to be in the city later today. And President Kennedy is going to oversee the ribbon cutting ceremony for the Institute, which is being opened up. And players would, or I should say, your characters would probably know that there is a series of institutes which are embedded in larger cities throughout New England where they basically take in, try to train, and help children develop their super abilities. So there's one in particular that's going to be opened just today. President Kennedy is going to be visiting today. And then after which he may be, well, we're not really sure because the president's schedule is never quite announced that far in advance. But it is known that later today, President Kennedy will be making an appearance at this grand opening. Can you guys tell me what you think you might be doing at this moment? And it's really up to you at this point. I'm not going to pin you down. If you could maybe not tell me your location, but just tell me what you think your character would be doing on a Friday morning, September 7th, or no, is it September 7th or September 8th? Whatever it is, it's next Friday. What would you be doing? Let's start with, how about, well, anybody?
Okay, well, I hope that I've found gotten the local Merry Maids or whatever their service is to actually clean my uncle's house because no one's been living in it for 5 or 7 years or whatever, and it's very dusty and musty. So I'm going to assume that that's been taken care of.
Yeah, absolutely.
The thing I do is I have my coffee, I have a piece of fruit or something, and then I take my dog for a walk.
Oh.
Because back from the Twinkie dimension with a dog the size of
That's right.
Right. So
that's right. Does your dog have a name, Josh?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay. And so I would kind of take it. I would think that even though, of course, this dog stands out a bit in this world, maybe it wouldn't. He or she wouldn't stand out so much because there are so many odd and weird things. Nobody would really think twice about a young guy with a dog that's as big as a horse.
Well, I'm a known superpowered person.
Exactly.
So
yes.
A superpowered person having a super pet probably wouldn't attract that much attention. But...
That's right. You just blend right into the woodwork. Anybody else?
Yeah, I'm also getting coffee. I don't know if Tom Talisman wants to be with me or not. But I'm right now launching into a 15-minute dialogue with Tom Talisman about how Tim Hortons is better coffee than this Dunkin' Donuts crap that we're drinking here in Boston. And how could you call yourself a city when your signature food is beans? And just generally comparing how much better Montreal is than Boston.
Not bitter and angry at all, huh?
No.
Just enjoying the city.
And they're called Timbits, not Munchkins. I don't know what Munchkins are, but they're Timbits.
Oh, good research. What was that, Walter? What did you say?
No, I was just saying, Quebec, where they put maple syrup on everything.
That's good. I'm totally fine with that. If anybody, I'll put maple syrup on my notes and eat them. Like that's how much I like maple syrup. So I'm fine with that. Tom Talisman. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say with Tom though, but I think I don't remember why exactly we came here, but I definitely want to talk to Tom about what happened to Solo and what do you think he wants us to do here.
Tom, are you okay with that? You're getting coffee?
Yeah, I'm nursing slight hangover, pretty much every morning for me, and sort of just trying to keep my patience while Canadian Cavalier goes on and on about Tim Hortons coffee. And the background that I'm from, I'm just going, it doesn't matter, Dunkin's, Tim Hortons, doesn't hold a candle to Kopi Luwak.
No
The coffee,
idea, but I'll just take your word for it.
the most expensive coffee in the world. If
Oh,
you've seen the list, it's the one that they reference in that movie.
okay.
But yeah, I'm used to sort of the finer things, and I'm just nursing this hangover, and thinking about how Solo Down just keeps going from town to town, doing the superhero version of the Music Man. He's selling us band instruments.
Yes,
Town,
he's putting you together.
right.
How would Josh factor into this? Because I know that Josh, you know both Canadian Cavalier and Solo Down, so I would kind of guess that maybe you bumped into Tom Talisman, or would you?
I don't think so because
Mhm.
I have known the Canadian Cavalier and Solo Down for like 40 minutes.
Yeah.
That's true.
We
Okay.
didn't have time to discuss recruitment schedules or any of that. I mean,
Okay.
Well, the
we
Canadian Cavalier is not above
dimensional
squatting
travelers.
at the other home though, so
Would
he'll
would the Canadian Cavalier have asked to stay
well
at
after
Josh's?
we get our coffee, we
Yeah.
can our way over to the mansion and
Okay.
and kind of borrow the couch.
Ladies and gentlemen,
There's plenty of room, but
this is when players are really nice and they help the GM by agreeing to sort of put themselves in the same location instead of splitting the party in 18 different ways. But um
I want to
and
make sure my mansion has a lot of really good insurance.
I think that's something that you would definitely need just in general.
Reality here.
So I think what was the name? And I know I feel like a silly buffoon. What was the envoy, right? So you had the envoy that represented Uncle Artie, and he would come
Yeah.
by. The envoy would have naturally kind of like he would probably just give you a little bit of a look over and then be like, he'd check off the maximum insurance box after
Yeah.
having seen you. Especially if he saw your two buddies, or at least one or two of your buddies, come
Yeah,
by.
I don't think I'm showing off my buddies to anybody at this point, but
Right.
yeah.
Or maybe the giant dog.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, everybody's going to see the giant dog because I got to take him for walks. I'm not going to let him be.
That's true. How about let's go with our Eternal Trooper or with the
I don't know.
Helix? What are you guys up to?
I am in a bathroom somewhere, and the
Okay.
scene will open,
Excellent.
not as apparently everyone's mind just went to,
Yeah.
but to me, just slamming six extra strength Tylenol
Mm-hmm.
and washing it down hurriedly from the sink, the tap, and then just arms down, staring into the mirror with these very deep set eyes back in the sockets, shadowed eyes that are starting to seem to him almost black, with these just pinpoints of light just deep inside, staring inside and realizing how bad he's smelling and hasn't slept in days, and just stands up, hoists his messenger bag with his laptop in over his shoulder, and is just gripping the outsides of his hands. This pain, it just won't go away. I can't sleep. I can't. And just sweating and stumbling and fatigued, I'm going to stumble out of the bathroom.
Nice. Now let me just ask you. I assume that you are. Are you in a? Well, okay.
I
I'll
could
leave
be
it up to
anywhere.
you. Could be
That's
anywhere. Okay.
convenient for our
That's.
GM.
I like that. Thank you. Thank you. And I know that we didn't. I don't remember whether we came up with an actual name for the Helix. You just had a number, right? And you were not sure. So now you are Dr. Boyden? Or no,
I am Dr.
Dr.
Shaw
Shaw.
now.
That's right. Okay.
Robin Shaw, PhD. Like Robin is a man's name.
Mhm.
There's been a couple throughout history.
Robin
if you
Masters.
will. Right. So the building and revelation of this medical facility hasn't been a secret. It's been something that has been led up to for the past couple of weeks now.
Mm-hmm.
And I can just say that Warchalker did his background on me very well. That even though I've been working out of a lab at Harvard a short time, mainly to get their facilities, my credentials are rich. And I am hoping that my department has helped to arrange a tour of this new facility before they go live, so we can see exactly what is going on there. And secretly for myself, having survived through the Paramax conditions and experience, I'm very suspicious. I don't trust this facility. I don't think it's up to any good. I want to see what might really be going on there.
So
But
mm-hmm.
I was going to say, I'm not there yet. It's probably early morning, and I've got my own morning routine going on. Cup of coffee, thinking things out, trying to arrange my day in my head, and trying to figure out when I'm going to try to attempt to swing by this new medical facility.
Let me ask this. If you were hanging out at Harvard, we have Josh Dole, who is our perpetual Harvard student. Would you perhaps have seen him at any points, or it's up to you? I mean, I'm not trying to.
He could be that kid-ish, not kid, but washes our lab equipment. Someone's got to do it, for goodness sakes. I know he doesn't need the money.
Do I have a trust fund? But you were faculty. Maybe I took a class from you or something.
How long?
You were dreadful.
Well, now wait a minute. I think now it sounds like the Helix is being unfair to Josh, because in Josh's defense, I do understand that he loves learning. He enjoys learning. So I don't know. I don't know if it'd be terrible.
Stop.
Yeah, I haven't been there long enough, I think, to have taught
Probably.
a class.
Yeah.
You know, this is fairly short term, but maybe I've got plenty of knowledge to share. Perhaps you've been assigned or are learning more on the scientific side of things.
Maybe I wrote a paper about you or something and interviewed you for that.
That's right. Ooh. It could have been.
New research faculty. Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was my brief term as a journalism major.
That's right. Just a small bit. Okay. So here is where I see you on the Venn diagram. Let's start with the Earth. Zooming in, we see a blue globe, just a fragile egg floating in space. We move in closer and closer. I like how Eric's going to laugh. He's trying to not laugh at this. We move in closer towards North America, then towards the former United States, but now New England. Heading toward the northeast, we get to Boston. As we move in toward Boston, we just angle a little bit north across the Charles, and we move in towards Cambridge, because I kind of see this happening maybe near Cambridge Common tonight. And wherever you are, or I should say this morning in game time, wherever you happen to be, you hear a tremendous explosion followed by a tear, unlike any tear you've ever heard before in your life. It sounds like paper being torn, but it's like a thunderous boom. The thunderous boom of a jet as it flies overhead. But when you look up into the sky, you don't actually see a jet up there. And for a moment, you think you see what might be a glimpse of an aurora, like a lightning bolt opening up a tear in time and space. And then this tear slams together and there's a sonic boom. And each one of you, wherever you happen to be, Josh, maybe walking your dog, or uh, uh, Dr. Shaw, maybe peeking out of your office as you work at, or as you research at the Radcliffe campus here in Cambridge, and maybe let's see here. So we have Dimensional Detective and Canadian Cavalier as you enjoy a coffee in Harvard Square, arguing about.
Still slightly drunk, or did you see that shit too?
And then you.
That's like your magic stuff, man.
And then you, Eternal Trooper, as you come out of the bathroom in the center of Harvard Square, which has been closed for at least 10 years and condemned, but somehow you managed to jimmy it open with your meteoric dagger and then use the plumbing, which has been turned off for at least as long. You all look out, and something slams into Cambridge Common. And now, ladies and gentlemen, this is the big test, because if nobody goes after this, then I'm going to have to run 5 different adventures tonight.
Yeah,
I go
take
right
This
back
is
to
my this is my
spectroscopy.
hook.
Okay.
take the
Yeah.
train to Hartford.
Right.
You know, I'm walking my dog in Cambridge, so and I also have a stride of 1,800 yards or whatever it is.
Yes.
So it's just a couple steps.
Yep.
To Cambridge Common from wherever I am.
So, Walter, I realized something about our last game, or I should say, Josh, I realized something about our last game. You had mentioned you wanted to deal with the fact that you have the stride, but of course your clothing doesn't expand and contract with what happens. So I'm going to say that just as maybe you're walking your dog in Radcliffe Quad, which is just a few blocks away from Cambridge Common, you step over the 2 or 3 blocks, and then you start to step over, and your dog kind of looks at your dog, which is as big as a horse, looks at you and just does a little
Yeah.
as if it's a little confused about.
Come on, boy.
It looks. Are you gonna like pick him up and just take him?
I don't know that I'm strong enough to lift him.
I mean, we could always make this be the first roll of the night, or you could just leisurely walk over there.
No, I am going. Well, the dog can see where I'm going, right?
Yes, and I would say that you've learned from the dog that the dog is fairly intelligent, like relative to Earth dogs. This
Yeah.
Vagavurian dog is fairly intelligent.
Okay. Well, I'll just say, follow me, dog.
So you stretch all the way down and stretch all the way over. And by now, the people of Cambridge have kind of gotten used to you and maybe your dog trotting along through the streets with its leash kind of dangling behind it, heading towards Cambridge Commons. Anybody else?
Yeah, go ahead, Tom.
Oh, I was gonna say, I look up and I see Josh doing this, and I look up and I can see, because he's all stretched out, I can see it up his shorts, see his dingling back.
Oh no!
Oh
no! We have the first offensive comment of the night. I'm not on a 7-second delay, ladies and gentlemen. This is a family channel. Okay.
I've been doing it a long time. I know how to keep my junk in storage.
Okay, fair.
You're
Very
not
fair.
the elasticized
Touche.
man without a lot of spandex.
I know. The elasticized man knows what he's doing.
Kilt, you know, this is
Yeah.
just.
He's not wearing a kilt. Doesn't take place in Scotland.
Right. No. So I
Good
see,
try,
I
though.
see him go over, and I saw that thing land, and I need a better view. So I'm gonna go to the tallest building in the Commons and walk right up to the wall, and then levitate to the top. So initiative L, and then when I get to the top, I just put my feet on the edge of the building and stand there.
So I'm not even going to make you roll for it, and you manage to do so. Levitate your way up, and as you're moving up, You're on the east side of the common, going up an apartment building, and it's about 7 or 8 stories up. And you get to the edge, and what you see as you rise up is you see the elasticized man, Josh, as like his body kind of zips right by, and then his second leg comes down, and then sort of lands, and then maybe behind in the streets below, you can see his dog trotting along. Canadian Cavalier, are your buddy has just left you there with the bill?
Well, that's okay. I will pay the tab in Canadian money, and then I will. Canadian money in this world is worth more than American money. I'm not a
Ladies and
cheapskate.
gentlemen, I allow my players to just world build. So okay, Canadian
So I throw
money
them
worth more.
a handful of loonies onto the counter and
No
walk.
toonies.
No toonies. And go out to my motorcycle, which right now is looks like a normal bike, but I'll take it behind an alleyway, transform it into the Canadian Cavalier cycle, get my garb out of one of the saddlebags, and head towards the fracas or the light show, whatever it is.
So your bike, can you remind us all of what your bike
It
looks like?
looks in normal when it's not in superhero mode, it looks like just a normal street bike, but then in superhero mode, it looks almost like a medieval jousting horse with the dress and everything, and with hence the Cavalier. So it looks like a knight's steed, adorned with red and white adornments, as well as the fleur-de-lis of Quebec.
I love it. So
And yeah, and so I jump on the bike and gun it towards the what did you say, the boom, and then the lights and whatever's there.
landing somewhere in the center of Cambridge Common.
Correct.
So then, Eternal Trooper, you look out of this basically abandoned, closed up bathroom as of 10 years. It's a public bathroom above the Harvard Station subway. And you see the same thing. You see this rent in time and space, though you can't quite identify it as that as of now. Are you just heading up there, or?
Yeah, as soon as that's happening and the kind of shock wave comes over me and ruffles everything back and stumbles me back slightly, my feet just start kind of lurching on their own towards this event. And I have some fearful utterances, but then my body starts trying to catch up to my feet, and I start moving in a very efficient run towards that. And then I kind of scrape my hand over the top of my head, and I've been losing a bunch of hair, and this is like the final swing of that, just
Crop
the
of
final
it.
shedding of it just falls right out. And then my bag's hitting against me as I'm running, feeling more and more determined to get to this event point. And I make a gesture towards the strap on my messenger bag, and a gleaming blade outside of the outside part of my hand just slice through it and just get rid of it, and just.
So that's your meteoric dagger, is that correct?
This is the bayonets that emerge from the outside.
That's right. Oh my goodness, I stand corrected. Okay, perfect. And then last but not
But I will
least,
have a meteoric dagger certainly strapped to my belt.
I think the meteoric dagger was on display at the Boston Fine Arts Museum, and
this is meteoric iron that is.
That's right.
Coming out of the side.
And that makes sense. That's why you were at first attracted to that exhibit and all of that stuff. Okay, cool. Last but not least, we have Dr. Shaw.
Yes, quite.
Peeking out at Radcliffe, and you're looking around and.
Right. My lab and office are in the basement. That's where they put us academics. But at the Radcliffe Institute for Advanced Study,
it's called a garden laboratory in Boston. No windows.
True, but I'm in a meeting room lounge, enjoying a cup of coffee and an eclair. Harkens back to another adventure of ours.
Donuts are the menu tonight.
This racket outdoors, and this is a windowed space. So I look outside, I see the aforementioned issues along with Josh striding on by.
Mm-hmm.
So I fear someone could be hurt in this instance. So I will run down to the main floor, leave the building, cross Garden Street where the traffic is all akimbo, and then enter Cambridge Common.
Excellent. Can I ask you something, Frank? Did you research Garden Street? Or did you just throw that out?
I brought a map up real quick. I did a little
Okay.
bit of quick research.
I thought so. The five of you converge on Cambridge Common, and what you see is something immense, smoldering and smoking. A crater in the center of Cambridge Common, and the statue of George Washington as he was first, as he was first gathering the Continental Army together, is now slightly akimbo. Speaking of akimbo and using words that start with AK, and there in the center is just a crater with a smoldering ruin inside of it, and there's smoke seeping up from it. But now the odd thing about this is that there are several people that are dressed in normal-looking attire. Let me back up here a little bit. They're dressed like Boston Red Sox fans.
Which is normal for the Boston area.
Well, which is normal because today is the day when the big game is happening, and the city is hustling and bustling with people that are here to see the president, people that are here to watch the game later on against Cleveland, and people that are also here maybe on the Venn diagram to see the opening of this institute. And emerging out of this crater is a rather large looking, well, at first it just looks almost like a mannequin as it begins to sort of unfold and open up. And then you realize that it's got like a set of wings that begin to flutter and flap as if it were shaking off the detritus of whatever it was carrying with it. And these characters that are in their Boston Red Sox fan outfits immediately start to run towards the creature, and the creature runs towards it, and a battle at this point begins. Now, there are civilians gathered all around, and some of them are running this way and that way. Others are just like gawking, but predominantly most of them are just holding up their iPhones and live streaming it off onto the internet, and you can just see like the little thumbs, like the little thumbs up that it's getting, and like the little surprised emojis on the screens as they're like live streaming it. And they start to throw trees at each other, and they grab like a car from over here, and they toss it, and this makes little to no sense because you weren't exactly expecting human Red Sox fans to be throwing cars around, nor were you expecting like an insect to be doing this same thing. What are you gentlemen going to do about? Oh, and by the way, as you kind of peek around, you might, depending on how you feel and how you want to play this, you might see each other.
Okay. Well, I think the Dimensional Detective and I are sharing a roof at the moment.
Yes. So you were just sort of passing by, and you're up at the top. So yes.
So, I look at Tom and I say, I didn't know that Red Sox fans had superpowers. What's happening?
Well, I didn't either. I feel like tossing cars around, someone's going to get hurt. How do you want to
put it? Good. Unless they're all very accurate. Well, let's.
Right. Really good. They're bullseye.
Okay. Well, let's try and get the civilians out of this area.
That sounds like a plan.
And there are quite a few that have run away, but then there are quite a few less intelligent, or maybe they're more like Instagrammers. And you see a lot of people like doing the selfie stick with like the cars being tossed behind it. And there's like even there's a young woman who looks like you recognize her. She does like a lot of cooking photos and things like that, pictures of herself all around the world, and she's just smiling into the camera. And yeah.
Uh-huh. Okay, well, I'm going to extrude as many pseudopods as I can.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to wrap the pseudopods around some of the bystanders and just shift them out to the next street.
Okay, this makes a lot of sense. Let's do this then. So just to let everybody know, like I was saying before, we're playing something called the phase rip system, which is the rule set that Marvel Superheroes runs on. Phase rip, you may be wondering, what does phase rip stand for? So phase rip stands for fighting, agility, strength, endurance, reason, intuition, and psyche. And the way that a roll is made is to basically determine which one of these attributes the character needs to make or needs to use in order to successfully make a feat roll. And that is defined against, or I should say checked against, what's known as the universal table. So every one of these phase rip attributes has a rank going from basically 0 to about 100 or so, and each one is defined as something like amazing or marvelous or fantastic, or I can't remember what they all are. And then whether they show up white, green, yellow, or red tells us whether or not they are a success. So Walter's going to try and create these kind of pods to protect the NPCs, or I should say the civilians in the area. Walter, let's see, I'd need you to make for me, unless you know.
I'm guessing it would take strength because I got to lift these people up and
Sure.
them.
Let's call
Yeah.
it strength. So what is
Right.
your strength rank?
Good.
Good. All right. So good. I'm looking on the good chart. And I'm going to say that because you have the high ground, not unlike Obi-Wan Kenobi against Anakin Skywalker, I'm going to column shift this by 2 columns and let you go from good to remarkable. So you're
Okay.
rolling under remarkable at this point.
All right.
Go ahead
And I roll a 98.
98 is very clearly in the red, and so you are able to tell us what this looks like. How does it play out?
Well, basically it's like a tentacle. I'm shooting tentacles out of my extremities,
Mm-hmm.
and each tentacle is going to wrap around one of the gawkers, pick them up, and move them like 1 street away.
Oh, perfect. Cool.
Yeah.
So you're able to do that, and so everyone watches as these tentacle-like limbs begin to twist and turn their way all rubbery around trees and wrap themselves, and you're able to pick up and extract civilians and move them. And the woman with the selfie stick is now like, oh my goodness, I'm being picked up by the Elasticized man. And now she turns so that she can do a selfie with your long arm in the background going all the way back to you and Tom Talisman on the rooftop. Tom, are you up to anything?
Well, it depends on how many people he's moved. Are there still civilians that he hasn't been able to grab?
There might be a few of them out there, yeah.
I don't think I
I'm-
can hit all of them. I'm just not that strong.
Yeah, I'm going to work on some of them too. And I don't mean to step in, but
No problem.
how many angry Red Sox fans are there? Just for
I'm
lack
going to
of
say
naming
there are
them.
2.
2, and then this one winged thing.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I'm going to try to cut a path to whichever one of these Red Sox fans is closest. But as I'm doing so, the bystanders that Josh isn't dealing with,
Mm-hmm.
I'm just going to touch them on an exposed spot, grab their hand and say, you need to leave here. And I'm going to try and trigger their adrenaline glands and make their cortisol levels rise. So fear and run.
I'm going to let you do that without even rolling, because you're talking about civilians right now, and you've got that superpower, and you're just able to do that. Let's find out what Dimensional Detective is doing as you are doing this.
Oh, well, tell me how many bystanders are there. Between the 2 of them, did they clear everybody out?
For the most part, yeah. There might be 1 or 2 more stragglers left.
Oh, okay. Well, for those handful of stragglers,
Mm-hmm.
I will cast illusion, and
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I want. They're probably getting video. They don't really care about this
Yeah.
bug monster,
Yeah.
because it's not coming directly at them.
Mm-hmm.
But I have a feeling, if it was running straight towards them, they would get the hint and run away.
Yes.
So I'm going to cast illusion to make them think that that's what's happening. There's a second bug monster that's coming straight to them.
Yep. And I'm going to say, because this is a mind effect, I'm just going to let you do the same thing that Dr. Shaw just did. I won't even make you roll for it. You've trained in your abilities enough that you're much better than the average human, and you are able to eliminate those last few stragglers. Would you like to say your catchphrase? Or is there not a catchphrase for this? I know you
Oh,
practiced them.
yeah,
I don't want to
there's
take
no
your moment away from you.
catchphrase for a giant bug monster. Sorry.
Oh, okay. You haven't practiced. I'm not impressed. I was ready to be impressed. I'm not impressed now. Can you tell me what it kind of looks like when this happens, though?
It looks like, another bug monster sort of splits from the first one,
Mm-hmm.
which isn't ideal. I'd like to just have another one come out of nowhere, but it's hard to duplicate something without looking right at it. So I have to be looking right at it, make a double, and it sort of looks like, to these people, like another one grew out and then just beeline, just turned towards these bystanders who aren't moving and just ran straight for them. Claws, jaws, everything out, ready to attack.
Can the others see these, or is it just the people that are affected by your spell?
This is an area effect.
Ah, okay.
Probably everybody within like a 20 to 30-foot radius would see the same illusion.
So immediately, as soon as this happens, the last few straggling civilians do make a beeline for like the edges of Cambridge Common, and as a positive byproduct of this, the two Red Sox fans look suddenly stunned as they see this creature multiply several times, and they begin to see it. Well, you imagine that they begin to see them running towards different civilians, and they start actually heading towards them as if they're going to attack. And now they look a little bit confused about who they're going to go after. So the bug monster is, or for lack of a better word, is still there, and I assume that you can see it, but so too can these Red Sox fans. Let's take a look now at what Canadian Cavalier and the Eternal Trooper are
By
doing.
the way, Tom, I have your catchphrase.
What is it?
Which is, I'm sorry to bug you guys, but it's time to go.
There you go. Eternal Trooper, Canadian Cavalier, what are you doing?
I want to kind of charge my bike forward,
Mm-hmm.
and then I'd like to make an intuition roll.
Yeah.
To determine who the, and I don't know, maybe this is impossible to say, but who appears to be the aggressors and who appears to be the victim in this.
I like the direction you're going with this. So yes, go ahead and make your intuition roll. What is your intuition rank?
It's a 26, so I think that's excellent. Yeah.
Yes.
No, actually, it's
oh
remarkable.
no, it's remarkable.
Yeah, 26 is remarkable. So
And I'm sorry, you don't have high ground, so I'm not going to give you a.
No, I did roll a 79, which should be pretty good.
79, which is healthily in the yellow.
Yeah.
You intuit that. Ooh, how much can I tell you for 79? You intuit that the bug monster is perhaps not the aggressor.
Okay. So with that knowledge, can I throw one of my glue pucks or shoot one of my glue pucks at one of the Red Sox dudes?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So I will make that. I will make that attack.
So what is the glue puck? Is a
It's an ensnaring missile.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's an ensnaring missile that fires at a remarkable rate. And I rolled an 11, so I clearly miss.
Yes, that is clearly a miss. Your glue pucks just impact with the ground and kick up a whole mess of dirt, and one of them actually hits the George Washington statue, knocking it just a little bit more akimbo, and like maybe so George isn't happy in this particular case, and neither will be the Cambridge utility cleanup crew.
All right.
Eternal Trooper.
Yeah, I've been running straight for this area, and between the two, one's the bug monster. What's the other one?
There are two Boston Red Sox fans which the Canadian Cavalier has just missed.
Which one's a bug?
Oh, neither one of them. There was a bug monster that crashed or appeared to crash into the ground, and then the two Boston Red Sox fans, just dressed in all the regalia, are coming at the bug, and the two of them are kind of challenging each other. But then they sort of split off because they got confused from what Tom Talisman, the illusion he had created.
I don't know what fight this is.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna find some cover.
So you managed to. You tell me what's around. So there's statues around. There's walls. Is there anything in particular you want to hide behind?
Yeah, a good low wall, just like still on a direct approach towards this event, but a good low wall, and I'll try and find just a low spot to observe.
I'll give you a moment. Do you want to make an intuition roll and maybe see if you can intuit something out of the situation?
I don't really trust sports fans just fighting. It's a Yankees day. They're probably drunk. Maybe they got powers. Who cares? It's not really my interest.
Okay. Got it.
The security analyst bit of my brain that's still back there is more worried about the really strange world event that's happened, the sky tearing event. And in fact, I will think back in there to see what kind of possible threats we've been monitoring or expecting.
I like this.
In this way.
Yes. So what are we going to call this here? So you're going to think back. Do you want to call it a reason or intuition? Which one is higher for you?
Intuition is better for me.
Let's call it an intuition roll, and let's think back to the threats that you've been monitoring over the last few years in your threat management job with Homeland Security. Go ahead and make that roll. What's the rank?
Incredible.
Incredible. Okay.
And that's a 63.
63. Oh, I like this. That's very high in the green. Thinking back on it, from your research in the threat management, the analysis department at Homeland Security, you do know that there is an underground movement in New England which is very much centered around anti-supers. They feel that because supers over the past few decades have sort of come to rule, just slowly, they've been just slotting into those political positions, squeezing out us normal, out of character, us normal human beings that feel threatened by it. There's an underground movement. You can't quite recall the name of it, but you might recall it in a moment when the game master finds it in his notes. But there's a group that is always trying to make some trouble for supers when they get the chance. And these guys, the way they move, the way they're dressed, and with what they've been doing. There's something about them showing up just when this rent in space and time opens up that just seems a little too coincidental. It reminds you of those files you might have seen somewhere in a cabinet somewhere. All right, so let's go back up to the top. And at this point, what we have is all of our moves have kind of successfully been made. And now at this point, what you have is a giant bug, which is just turning around now. And as it turns around, you can kind of see it like vibrating, and its wings kind of like flapping, like a mosquito. And these Red Sox fans at this point the two of them have sort of figured out that the other two bugs that we were chasing, those aren't real. And now they've turned around and they've turned their attention back to the first bug, and they start going at each other again. And the two Red Sox fans pull out from almost nowhere these two enormous guns.
Whoa.
And the guns kind of form almost out of origami, and what you realize that you're looking at is actually some sort of hidden some gun that's got like a stealth field or something to hide it, a camouflage field to hide it from the human eye. And as they begin to glow and charge, you can kind of see that they're about to fire on the bug. So with that, why don't we all, at this point, roll for initiative? So rolling initiative is a D10, and then what I do is I just take, it's basically good guys versus bad guys. I take the highest roll on the good guys side, the highest roll on the bad guys side, and whoever got higher, they get to go as a group. So I'm going to roll for the bad guys, and they rolled a 1. I'm pretty sure that, unless all 5 of you roll a 1, I'm pretty sure you guys. Oh, good. 10.
7.
So Walter got a 10.
Dang.
So you guys can kind of decide what order you want to do things in. I'm totally fine with you all go first.
Okay, now here's my question: has the bug actually done anything aggressive at any point? Or is it just dodging cars? Are they?
I'm going to say at this point, you've sort of realized the bug doesn't seem to have done much beyond defending
and a
itself.
vehicle on top of
Yeah.
Cambridge Square. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Well, seeing as I got the pseudopods out, I'm going to zap a couple of pseudopods out, and each one is going to wrap around one of the guns and yank on it.
Oh, cool. Okay, so go ahead and make. Did you say this is a strength? Well, would it be fair to call this a shooting attack? Because you're kind of trying to. The guns are kind of small, and what do you think? Or grappling, maybe, or
a grappling attack, something like that.
Okay, let's call it grappling. So that goes off of your strength attribute.
Okay.
Which is remarkable, you said, or good?
Oh, good.
Good.
It shifted to remarkable because I have a
That's
height
right.
advantage. I don't know whether that still counts or not.
Yeah, I'll say it shifts 1 column, not 2. We'll put it up in excellent. So go ahead and make your roll.
Okay, I roll a 2.
On a 2, unfortunately, because you're just still a little bit, you're still in the rescue mode, and you weren't quite sure here that you weren't planning on having fired your bendy tentacles out at these two Red Sox fans. You do miss the both of them and end up kind of like just hitting some trees and having to draw your arms back. Who's up next?
I got a 7. I think Canadian Cavalier did too.
I also got 7, but you can
I
go
let
ahead
you
now.
guys go in whatever, like,
Yeah.
basically, Eric, I let you guys go in whatever order you want. It's more fun that way.
Cool. Then I'll pull out my first magical artifact thingy. The Crystal of Conquest.
Nice.
Grab out the Crystal of Conquest just to let you know what it does. The crystal is used as a weapon, allowing the user to focus his psyche through it. The crystal can be used for blasting a single target in an attempt to stun him. The power rank for the blasting is remarkable. The material strength of the crystals of conquest is amazing. I don't know.
Okay, so we'll go with the power strength, I think, of remarkable. What are you going to try and do with the crystal then?
These Red Sox fans are wearing what jerseys, right?
Yeah, they
So
got the jerseys, the hats, the whole thing. They almost look like. Mhm.
there's got to be a number on one of them, right? Like they
Yeah.
each have a number on the back.
Yeah.
So the lower number one, like I don't know, the guy was wearing a 12
Okay.
or whatever. I'm just gonna shoot him, try and stun him.
Got it. Go ahead and make your roll. So if this is a shooting attack. That is agility. And the crystal, though, is remarkable. How can we do this? What's your agility rank?
Good.
Okay, so why don't we do remarkable to hit and then agility for the damage? So go ahead and roll agility.
Yeah, I rolled a 97.
Wow.
So that's to hit, right? And
That's
then
the hit.
remarkable for damage.
No, I think it was whatever your rank was for agility, or let's go with strength. We'll just call it strength for right now.
Okay, that's even worse because
Oh.
I have.
No, go with agility. No problem. We're having fun.
Okay. 59.
59. So you do hit, and with that roll in the 90s, you hit extra hard, and that 59 just blasts that Red Sox fan end over end, tumbling back, and he does a face plant in the dirt. And when he goes down, you're not actually sure he's going to get up again, but we'll have to find out in the next round. Who'd like to go up next?
I'll take a stab. I'll
Mhm.
feel a lot better now that some weaponry came out to try and get this situation under control. I'm gonna vault from my spot, and was it one guy's dropped his weapon, the other one is kind of reeling back or something?
Yeah.
I'll run for the guy who's still has his.
Yep.
And I want to disarm him and just rip that weapon from him.
Okay, so why don't we call that, you're running straight for him. We're going to call it a grabbing roll, because believe it or not, there is specifically a grabbing roll. You're going to be trying to grab it out of the guy's hand. Grabbing uses strength.
Okay.
What's your strength rank?
Remarkable.
Remarkable. All right, go ahead and roll for remarkable.
22.
22. Unfortunately, as you're moving forward, that is not quite enough. And even as this happens, the person the Red Sox fan that you're aiming for just moves out of the way as if he's changing aim at this point. And that has more to do with the fact that Tom Talisman has just tumbled the other guy, and he's a little bit more concerned about covering his flank. And you miss him. Canadian Cavalier and Dr. Shaw. Or wait, Canadian Cavalier, did you fire first, or was that?
That was in the
That was the
previous. That
first
was
round.
before
Okay.
initiative, right?
So one of you two guys, whatever you want to do.
You can go ahead, Helix.
I want to try and lunge at the same fan that the gentleman just tried to disarm.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just going to try to come from behind and then slap my hands on his face,
Mm-hmm.
trying to transfer. So it'd actually be two rolls. It'll probably be a grab roll, and then I am trying to do a biophysical control as part of that touch
Mm-hmm.
to stiffen all of his joints, all of them.
Let's see if we can get you the grab roll first, and then we'll deal with the second one second. So go ahead. Grabbing is strength, so you're coming up behind him.
Strength is excellent.
Mm-hmm. Go right ahead and make that roll.
75.
75. You are able to get right up to him. You are in the yellow with that, and you do like one of those like martial arts movie kind of
Ear clap.
probably fake in real life, but looks cool on TV and in the movies, and come up right behind him. Now let's get that quick quick damage. So what was it that you were trying to do to him?
I'm trying to activate my biophysical control. It's an amazing skill, and I'm trying to disrupt the smooth functioning of his physiology.
Hmm.
Specifically, I'm just trying to tense all of his joints
Hmm.
throughout his body.
Okay. Go ahead and make that roll. Amazing, you said, right?
It is, yes, amazing.
Mhm.
And I rolled a 63.
63, you are easily able to do that, and we're going to call that 63 in damage, which causes him to just like, almost like you're unfolding a knife and it's locking into position. He just like stiffens, and then he falls over into your arms, and it's up to you, I guess, if you're going to do the old like team building catch him, or just step to the side and let your let your office worker friend fall to the ground. I don't know. What do you want to do? You make the call, Dr. Shaw. How are you
I will
feeling?
make the catch. Yes,
You
just trying. I'll attempt to ease him down because again, we don't really know what's going on here. I don't know what's really going on here. So I'm going to try to prevent any undue harm. I just tried to seize him up.
So
So I will.
as this happens, he freezes up instantly, and he looks at you in the eyes, and there's a moment where you can kind of see that he recognizes that someone's doing this to him, but then he just freezes up, and you can see his eyes bulging and the veins in them like showing. And what you notice is that he's wearing maybe your scientific mind sort of kicks in here, and it's also kind of blatantly obvious and easily recognizable in comic book form. You realize that he's wearing some sort of like power suit or like mech suit,
Like an exoskeleton
like an
sort of thing.
exoskeleton kind of thing, like the sort of thing you'd see developed at like Boston Robotics or something like that, just to continue the Boston theme.
Oh,
Um,
the Red Sox gift store.
at the red, right. It's
Yawkey way.
the number 12.
Uh,
And then, but it's just, it actually looks like a very advanced form of technology. And what I want you to do is make an intuition roll.
Ooh. Intuition. Oh, intuition is amazing.
I'm amazed that it's amazing.
And that's a 58.
You flash back to your time at Paramax on Deer Island, and you recall when that portal opened up. And if you remember, there were four worm-like creatures in
Yeah.
each corner of this landing pad and opening up.
When that train thing came in.
There was a train thing coming through. Some of the people were wearing this sort of device. And it sort of makes sense because you guys were loading and offloading heavy equipment and heavy crates and devices. And now, so these two Red Sox fans are out and down for the count, and we are now out of combat, and what you see before you is this large bug-like creature that steps forward, and you notice for the first time when it looks to the left or looks to the right, it almost loses its third dimension. So when it looks at you at a certain angle, it looks three-dimensional, but then it turns slightly and maybe looks towards the Eternal Trooper, looks it up and down, and suddenly part of its upper body disappears, as if it were only two out of your normal three. Well, okay, wait, there would be a fourth of time, but I'm trying to be comic booky here. And plus I'm not super smart. So I'm just saying that as it turns, it sort of disappears in silhouette, and it looks toward you and approaches the five of you with its wings vibrating in the background. And meanwhile, you can hear sirens, Cambridge Police Department, as they approach, and you know that the PD are going to have quite a few questions for you. And the PD in this particular world regularly will have embedded within it super or para beings. So you have a moment now, probably before the PD show up, to talk to the bug creature and to sort of decide whatever you want to do.
I'm gonna jump off the roof because I'm still up there. I'm shooting with crystals from the rooftop,
Yep.
and I'm glad that my hit landed, but I'm way away from the action, being that high up. So I'm just gonna jump off the roof and say "Noid Tetavel," and to levitate down, and and
You rehearsed that.
and then run toward where the action is. I'm trying to catch up with my good buddy Canadian Cavalier, who's terrible at shooting these pucks, but he's still.
I'm awful. Awful shot.
He has bad taste in donuts too. But anyway, so now the 5 of you are kind of gathered, and now the cops are getting closer. Unless, I'm sorry, Eternal Trooper, I don't mean to speak for you. I don't know if you'd actually come out of hiding or if you're still...
I had rushed up and tried to disarm one of those guys and failed. So I'm standing there with Dr. Shaw. And I'm going to just once he kind of neutralized this, I'm just going to kneel down, grab one of these weapons, and kind of idly shake the guy, the guy that's on the ground by his exoskeleton, and see, is there any kind of like a power
yes, like a power
or something
pack
on there
or something. Yes,
yeah,
there is.
I just want to try and like unplug that shit.
Taking a look at it, unplug it, probably not. This thing's built for combat. It's used to, like, guys falling in, like slamming into trees and like tearing through them.
Yeah, I'll just pull out a bayonet and I'm just gonna jam it through.
Make I'm gonna call this, make a strength roll on that. Or no, I'm sorry, make an edged attack roll. That's fighting.
Very well.
Fighting.
I have a sharp weapons talent.
Yep, which shifts it.
Yeah, by 1.
I'm gonna call it, because he's just laying on the ground prone, I'm gonna just say I'm gonna shift it 1 more column. So what's that put it at?
What is edged?
Edged is fighting ability.
Fighting. Oh, great!
But
it's
your
incredible.
Talent...
So 1 more to the right is amazing.
Your talent gives you amazing, and then I'm just gonna shift it 2 because the other guy's prone. So that's monstrous. Go ahead and make a roll.
34.
Oh, that's enough. You jam it in there, and then you manage to sever the power pack, and there's a hiss, and then there's a hose that begins to spray this way and that. And what you smell is the scent of almonds. And I'm gonna remind the yes, okay, you wrote it down. Good. All right. I was worried that the game was quite a few weeks ago, so I was like, he's not going to remember the smell of... He didn't write down the smell of almonds in the middle of a prison break. He wrote down the smell of almonds.
What else does he have to look forward to?
Yeah.
So you gentlemen still have a moment if you'd like to interact or talk.
I will just step down right in front of the bug.
When this happens, the bug actually almost...
Try and look as innocent as possible.
It cowers.
Okay. Well,
but it still looks quite formidable.
Hey, friends, you want to go get a cup of coffee or something? Because if we don't leave this area, some bad stuff might be happening.
What you hear...
I caught in another dimension myself, and I didn't, it was pretty bewildering there. And...
Make an intuition roll.
Okay. My intuition would seem to be excellent.
Oh, okay.
74.
74. While you were in Vagaver, you remember that there was a creature among the villagers in the village where you volunteered to go into the labyrinth. You don't quite remember what this thing was called, but boy, it looks an awful like what you're looking at right now.
Okay, and this was not the evil invading alien species.
No, this is one of the creatures that was being taken advantage of in Newtown, which is what we sort of decided that area was called.
Right.
It does a double
I
take.
just I sort of mind. Well, let's go walking over there.
It follows along with you.
Okay.
It holds
And
up its hands and
yeah.
just simply makes hand gestures
Huh.
at
I
you.
tried to
Okay.
I-
And you do whoop, 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 whoop.
Yeah. Right. I try to achieve a common vocabulary.
Make a reason roll. So we're gonna call this reason and see whether or not you can.
Which is good, and I roll a 31.
31 on good.
acceptable.
Not quite enough. It
Yeah.
looks like it's honestly trying to communicate with you through these hand gestures, and you hear like a lot of clicks and buzzes and things like that, but you're not really getting much out of this. And now those sirens are getting
Let's get out of
louder.
here. We're going to be arrested, so let's mosey.
Anyone else up to something at this point?
Well, I have a languages talent.
Yeah, and one problem is that I'm sort of a public figure. I'm a minor one, but people know who I am.
People
and
are
where
going to know who Josh Dole is.
Yeah, yeah.
So, are you
And
going to
what-
join
Is that
Josh?
Dr. Shaw, what are you doing here?
Are you?
Actually,
That's
Who
true.
is Dr. Shaw, or do I know him as his earlier identity?
You could. You probably. I mean, it's up to you guys to say whether or not. What would actually? Let's ask Dr. Shaw. Dr. Shaw, how well known were you as a criminal?
Other than some of the headlines, I think locally in New York where it happened,
Mm-hmm.
not over much, but
Okay.
I am able to. He's obviously a super. I mean, he flaunts that. I'm comfortable, given my time in prison and the contacts I made in there, in revealing myself to have powers as well.
Mm-hmm.
So I think I would have connected with Josh on that particular facet of who I am.
Okay. So let's do this then. Let's get one last thing. I know that you're going to use your language dimensional detective. So let me think a little bit about exactly how far I'm going to let you go with that. But at this moment, let's take a break, okay? Let's take a 10-minute break. And then when we come back, we will resume our adventure with our heroes for tonight. So I'm going to throw up a countdown, but rest assured, we will be back in 10 minutes and see you soon.
Okay, great.
Okay, we're back. At least 5 out of 6 of us. One of us has gone to get his charging cord, which is a completely acceptable excuse not to be here because I would hate to see one of our players disappear. So thank you guys very much for sitting through the countdown. We are back. So when we last left our heroes, they were actually engaged in a fight with two unruly Red Sox fans who they've since realized were in mechanized power suits and some sort of large human-sized bug. So at this point, the Dimensional Detective has actually mentioned that he would like to use an ability in order to communicate with this bug. Do we want to go with that? Yeah, why don't we go with that? Dimensional Detective, tell us about your ability and tell us what you would like to do with it.
So I have a languages skill, which
Mhm.
if you're looking at the player's book, it's
Yep.
on page 91.
Not important. You can just tell me what it does. I totally trust you.
Okay, cool. Well, there's not much information.
Oh,
On the
okay. You can make it up then.
on the powers, yeah, on the powers, it does say ultimate powers. There's a linguistics
Yep.
thingy, and it
Yep.
says alien non-humanoid languages are an amazing feat.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd have to make a roll that puts me as high as amazing in order to successfully communicate with this non-humanoid alien,
Yeah, well, that just means.
right?
Oh, no, that means that we're going to use amazing. It's an amazing level feat, and then you have to roll within that rank in order to succeed at it. Or at least that's not going to rule now because it's the fastest, most fun thing to do because it's Friday night and we're just playing a superhero game. So, makes sense to me.
I
So,
just rolled an 85.
85.
Nice.
Tell us what this looks like. How does the Dimensional Detective attempt to communicate with this creature which Josh has seen before and which Dr. Shaw recognizes the technology from from the Red Sox guys. But go ahead.
Well, first I try to just mimic any sounds that it makes.
Mhm.
So if it's like, "Rrr," I try to "Brrr" back to it. And it was moving its hands a lot. So I
Hmm.
tried to just, whatever hand motion it made, I try to duplicate that because it probably doesn't speak American Sign Language.
It's a safe
So
bet.
so not going to try any of those skills that Tom Talisman would have learned. He would know, that's not going to work here. If I can just mimic what it's doing, maybe there some communication will start to happen and we'll start to figure each other out.
So with that, you begin to gesture and move your hands, communicating in these clicks and vibrating kind of like sounds, and harmonic kind of hums, and everyone kind of pauses for a moment, watching you make these silly gestures, but suddenly they all remember that they're now in a world where this is just kind of normal. At which point Josh's enormous dog shows up and tilts its head to the right, wondering what the heck you are doing. And eventually, you begin to synchronize your communication.
Can we do the synchronization while we're shuffling off to Buffalo? Because,
If
police are going to show
That's
up
what
in
I'm trying to tell him. We
arrest
need to
us.
leave. We have to.
right. Well,
That's the goal of this back and forth.
I'm going to say with your roll, I'm going to say that you have a little bit of back and forth here to go. What would you kind of like to say besides we have to leave? I mean, unless that is all you want to say.
Right now, I just want to say, come with us as a group. Like, just come with us.
So you're worried about the cops right now.
Yeah,
Okay.
right.
Um, as this is happening, indeed, you do start to see the kind of the flares of those bubblegum flashers on top of all the cop cars, and you can hear those sirens kind of whirring. And those civilians which you placed out on the outer edges of Cambridge Common, you can kind of see them as they point and go look over there, and they look over at you, and they're kind of, you can tell that they're starting to communicate in their own way with the police and direct them towards this disruption that's taking place right in the center of the common. And so with that, you are able to establish this rapport, but if you want to actually influence this creature and pull it off into a certain direction, we're going to have to make that a separate roll. While he's doing that, is there anything else anyone would like to do?
I would like to address the two people that I haven't met.
Mm-hmm.
The warrior and Helix, and say, are you guys heroes too?
Yes,
Dr. Shaw. He does-
Dr. Shaw. I'm going to reach out to shake the Canadian Cavalier's hand.
Hmm?
Or actually,
Okay.
we should establish which identity I know you under. But
We'll go by Shaw,
okay,
Josh.
all right.
Eternal
Do you
Trooper, how are
All
you
right,
playing this?
I will reach out my hand.
And
I
as we connect, it's commonplace for me to just quickly run a super detection with my
Oh.
touch.
Oh, tricky,
Okay.
tricky. Are you wearing gloves, Canadian Cavalier?
Yes,
Ah, damn it, it doesn't work.
Yeah.
but I do notice that Dr. Shaw has stolen one of the Red Sox jerseys off of one of the other people and is now wearing it.
Now
He's quick.
everyone is
He's quick.
suspicious. Yeah. So when,
The warrior took the
I'd
exoskeleton
like-
and I took the shirt.
I'd like all of the other characters except for Dr. Shaw to make a trust roll. For Dr. Shaw.
have a
Eternal
question.
Trooper, I'm sorry, go ahead.
when
Yes.
I was thinking back and found out about this underground movement that's against the supers, what do I know about how the police, the powers that be, view this group? Are they aligned with that? Are they police against this?
Yeah.
How are they treated?
Here's the dynamic with that. And I'm going to let you go ahead and ask me for information every once in a while, because it's like kind of ridiculous to have you roll for each one, and I'll let you know what you know and what you don't know. I feel like Donald Rumsfeld when I said that. But anyway, the things that you know, and the things you know that you don't know, and the unknown things that you don't know that you don't know.
Can't fool a fool.
You know that there is a movement. And the police see this as a terrorist group, essentially. And you also know that most recently there was a terrorist group, the name of which I have just completely forgotten, or I haven't actually remembered so far, that was in a 9-hour standoff several weeks ago with the Massachusetts police, in which they demanded passage through Massachusetts with their weaponry and their armament and things like that, because they see themselves as humans being sovereign from para-beings, and not what's the word that I'm looking for? It's not akimbo, not beholden to supers. It's called Rise of the Humans. That's it. The Rise of the Humans movement.
Well, as I am rising away from this human, as I'm looking at this contraption as it's destroyed, I just say to myself, nuts. I look at Shaw and I say, yeah, that smells like almonds. And
Yeah,
I
that's
see
all.
this Canadian Cavalier say, yeah, this is a terrorist group here.
Well, I think we should all go away and regroup somewhere. Josh, can we go to your house?
Yes, but it should be nice if we weren't followed by 1,500 bystanders with iPhones.
And now people are indeed, they're holding out the selfie sticks, and you see that They're over at the George Washington statue, which is all akimbo.
I now look like a young George Clooney.
Oh, cool. Okay, so I'm not.
Obviously, Josh Dole at this point.
I will not even make you roll for that. That is something that you practice all the time. You probably sit at
You better believe I practice looking like the
looking like George Clooney, right? Don't we all? Don't we all? So Dimensional Detective, I want you to make a roll to persuade the creature to follow you. So why don't we call it? My goodness, let me look at the phase rip. Why don't we call this Psyche, for lack of a slightly better? That's usually used for magical stuff, but now you're sort of using it in a less magical, more just generally persuasive way. What's your Psyche?
Amazing.
Amazing. Okay, go ahead and make that roll.
61.
61, easily in the yellow. Or I should say 1 or 2 blocks into the yellow. So yes, you persuade this creature to follow you. Or have we all agreed that we are going to Josh's secret hideout mansion?
Sure.
Not too far away?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Which is not even remotely secret mansion. That would be the
Yeah, especially with
but
a
that's the
giant
trick.
dog.
full secret mansion, because that would be good.
Right. Well, let's do this. I'm going to ask you to make 2 stealth rolls in order to make it to the mansion without being detected, because at this point it looks like the cops are all showing up. I will let you guys all roll, and I'm looking for,
I
again.
want to cast illusion.
Oh, sure.
Illusion is a bit tricky. It would be hard to like disguise each of us as a different person. So I'm just
You disguise everybody as each other.
They'll never know.
They'll never know that Dimensional Detective is the Elasticized Man, and the Elasticized Man is actually Eternal Trooper, who is actually Dr. Shaw. They'll never guess. Go ahead. Sorry.
I know that the only one who doesn't look like himself already is Elasticized Man. He's already looking
Right.
like George Clooney.
Yes.
So
The other guys could be everyone else in Grey's Anatomy. The other.
we're just the whole Grey's Anatomy.
That's
cast.
right. And yeah, you guys will blend in that way. No one will recognize George Clooney and the cast of Grey's Anatomy as they sneak off to Josh's unsecret mansion. I'm sorry, we digress, Dimensional Detective. What are you
Right.
trying to do?
I was just going to use him as the template and copy that shape, that form, that and paste it over everyone in the party.
A party of George
Don't
Clooney's?
attract attention at all.
They'll never know it's that one
Wait,
guy.
like 5 George Clooney's?
Well, no, forget that. I'll just look at a particular person in the crowd, one of these bystanders, and just copy that random bystander 5
This is
times,
kind of cool. It's like a copy and paste kind
For
of
the bug
feature.
guy.
including over the bug guy.
Okay. So does this
Can't
ability
do
like
anything about the giant dog, though. Sorry.
Well, the
That's-
giant dog, to be fair, of everything kind of blends in the most, right? Because you guys all stand out just by what you've done. But the giant dog is just any number of, it's another giant dog or weirdly sized, oddly sized dog in Cambridge. So
Red.
I like this. Now, is there like an area of effect, or is this like per
Yeah,
character?
no. Illusion is an effect area. So
Okay.
if I want to make something look different,
Yeah.
everyone who's within like 30 to
Got it.
50, I guess, will see the same illusion.
What's your rank?
Sorry, I gotta
Talent rank?
The talent rank is remarkable.
Remarkable. Okay, go ahead and roll remarkable for me.
31.
31.
Barely doesn't.
Yeah, you get the equivalent of like a light bulb trying to go off for a moment, and then there's a pop, and you're left with 1 George Clooney and like 4 other rather like weird-looking members of the crowd that then dissolve away into your normal facades or into your normal faces. Anyone else want to try something? Were you gonna? No, you got nothing.
I could try airlifting the bug out, but I don't know if the bug might panic.
Why don't we do this? Go ahead and make a psyche roll again to see if the bug would be okay as you start to sort of stretch your hand out and scoop the bug up. The bug has seen what you did with the civilians, so I'll column shift a couple columns.
I get a 79.
Nice. What was your rank on that?
It was excellent, exceptional, whatever the EX
Yes,
stands.
no problem. That's excellent. The bug, the wings flutter for a moment, and then it recalls, just as I've said, exactly what happened with the civilians and how you carefully place them out of harm's way. And it does nothing as you begin to stretch yourself over everybody below. Are you taking with you? Are you able to take with you your newfound friends?
Well, my strength isn't all that great, but I did carry a bunch of people to safety all at
That
the
is
same.
true. Yeah.
So why don't I roll that one too?
Yeah, go ahead and give us another roll.
Strength is good,
Yep.
and I roll. Whoa! 79.
Okay. Success. And you are able to take, like I said, the newfound friends in your party as well, who are less resistant, of course, and you don't have to sort of persuade because they know that you're all on the same side. And you're able to stretch yourself over, and all 5 of you, well, 4 of you, this is something new. You look down on Cambridge, and now it's almost like looking down on an enlarged map as the elasticized man moves you over the rooftops 1 block and then 2 blocks and then back to this mansion, 3-story mansion that overlooks the Charles River into Boston, and you can kind of see off on one side there's the Harvard, the rowers' house. There's the public rowing house, which should be public but is super expensive, and I could never afford to have a membership there, and I'm very resentful of it. But anyway, there's many, and you see joggers moving along or running along the river back and forth. And then he deposits all of you, I guess, on the roof. Is that correct, Walter? Or is that correct, Josh?
I think there is roof access, so yeah.
Yeah, so he ends up on the roof. And meanwhile, you can see in the streets below the dog kind of just happily trotting along to follow. And when you land on the roof, you see that there's a goldfish in a bowl. Right there, where he now keeps it because he's realized that the goldfish is actually very happy in this, in the sun and all of that. And you all have a moment where it seems like the police are successfully evaded for the moment, and you are on the top. Several of you know this place and recognize it. Others of you don't. Dr. Shaw, you might sort of know where you are in relation to Radcliffe Quad and Harvard Square and all that stuff. And you, Eternal Trooper, might know the basic area of Cambridge. But so you're all free to kind of talk at this moment and tell me what you would like to do.
I'm going to turn to Canadian Cavalier and say, damn, dude, how are you going to get your motorcycle back?
Oh!
It's okay. It's okay. Solo used some of his resources to install an automatic driving feature. So I can summon it. So don't worry about that.
You hit a switch, and sure enough, back at the scene of the crime, the Canadian Cavalier's motorcycle comes to life. And tell us what it looks like as it starts to cruise over to you.
Well, I set it to drive around in a roundabout way so that we're not followed, but it basically engages itself, and it actually has a voice speaker that tells people, "Hey, get out of the way," and
Get out of the way.
get out of the way. Eh?
Hey, get out of the way, eh? You
Hey,
hoser.
motorcycle coming through. And it makes a roundabout trip back to the right at exact moment where Tommy asked me about my bike. It just pulls up, and does a little honk on the horn. It says, "See, don't worry about it."
Cool. Never mind.
Classy.
Get indoors so that people won't actually notice us hanging out on the roof with an alien.
Yeah, I think that's probably a good idea. And so all 5 of you file downstairs. And just to refresh your memory, Josh, and you can kind of like customize this a little bit, but it's a 3-story building. The top story, or I should say that the roof is just basically like a roof deck, and then the top 3rd story was your private quarters. The second
Right. Well,
story,
it's my uncle's private quarters, but
right, your uncle's, which is now yours, with the
Mm.
closet leading back towards Narnia. And
Right.
the second story was a library that was kind of a pineapple-shaped maze, keeping with the pineapple theme of the Dole family. And then the first floor is just like there's a banquet hall and a reception hall, and like just normal kitchen and things like that. And you hit a button, and the garage door opens up, and Canadian Cavalier's motorcycle rolls into it and then closes, thus hiding the motorcycle. Or maybe you don't, depending on how Canadian Cavalier acts and whether or not he angers you.
But we still have a horse-sized dog drawing attention.
That's right. Well, no, the dog comes in through a doggy door, which is actually larger than a human door.
Carriage house.
He comes in. It's a large like piece of like nylon that like flaps and opens.
The dog has been chipped so that
right. There you
also
go.
So that it'll open the doggy door.
Perfect. Oh, that's perfect.
Like gangs of robbers coming in through the doggy door.
That's perfect. So what do you gentlemen want to do? So Walter, Josh, where would you take your buddies? And
I think to the banquet room, the
okay.
dining hall. Yeah.
So now the 5 of you have a moment to talk.
If anybody wants some really good coffee.
You got any Molson?
No. I got some Sumatra.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Do we have the creature?
Yeah, the bug's here with us.
The bug is here. I'm sorry, I failed to say that. But the bug has trusted you along the way and is now kind of tentatively looking around, obviously very new to this environment, and you have a chance to communicate with it if you'd like through the Dimensional Detective.
I will offer it a chair or any other piece of furniture that it particularly would fit.
It takes a look at the chair, looks at the ceiling, and then actually extends itself and sits on the ceiling, hanging upside down, looking right at you.
Okay. Okay, mantis from another dimension.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah. Okay, well,
so can you talk to it, Tom?
But we don't have a lot of time because the cops are going to zero in on this place pretty quick. I mean, we've evaded them for the moment, but once they hear that I was involved, they're going to come looking for my house. And I can hope that they will be distracted and look for my old apartment first.
You haven't updated your change of address yet. The cops are like looking at it. Oh, we got him.
Mail. I don't have any correspondence. Nobody sends me mail. I don't need to update my address.
Anyone is up, so if you'd like to.
I'm inspecting this weapon I took.
Yep.
And just even though I might not know this technology, I'm an expert weaponsmith or user of weapons, and that throughout I don't know, the past and now. So I'm just gonna really get in deep with it, see what's powering it and what's its deal.
Please make me an. Sometimes I can get confused. A reason or an intuition roll? Which one is higher?
Intuition.
Make an intuition roll. It's Friday night. Make the higher roll.
Is this a feat roll of some kind?
Yeah, this is a feat roll.
I have a one column shift with my military talent.
Nice. So what would you normally be? What rank?
I'm an incredible.
Yep. We'll go to amazing.
Amazing. 71.
71. So you lift the weapon up, and taking a look at it, you've never seen, in your experiences, a weapon quite like this one. And as you run your hands along the skin of the weapon, and when I say skin, I mean skin. It feels almost like shark skin. You run your hand in one direction and it's like sandpaper, and then going backward, it's soft, rubbery, smooth, and hydrodynamic. And you can kind of feel, as you're running your hand along it, almost like it's vibrating in a way. And what you realize is that this weapon, it's not from the past. It's from the future. And you're not sure why you know this, but you do.
Do I understand how to operate it? Does it reload?
Looking it over really quickly, what you realize is that there doesn't seem to be, you can fire, you think you can fire it, you think you know what their safety is. You're not quite sure where the ammunition comes from, though. But you get the feeling that it's
try
loaded.
that out. Great.
right in Josh's in his banquet.
Hey, nice place.
Good chandelier.
I throw a plate up in the air.
Right. Pull.
And you said, I think when we first encountered it, they kind of folded out. Do I see any kind of mechanism?
Looking at it, there's a trigger, and you hit it a few times, and just to sort of be assured of how it's working. And what you notice is that there's some sort of
that inside my house. What?
I know, right? I like how you're just
I'm not
getting
firing it. This is the other part.
So it begins to fold and unfold, and what you realize is that you're looking at distortions of light. It's not really folding like origami. And you can kind of tilt it this way and that way. And as you fold it in and out, it's really the field around it that's changing.
Yeah. Yeah, I do that and then kind of eyeball it and look around at this new crew and just say, if there's a reason, or if I'm here, there's going to be a reason for it. Some big events just happened, and it's not just some bug coming through the sky.
Okay, well, now, when I was in the Narnia dimension, the other...
You remember it is called as Vagaver, but we can nickname it Narnia. That's kind of a...
Right. Okay, so I describe it with all the different worlds up in the sky. And
so would you like to describe it just so that like the others can kind of tell what we're talking about here, just in case?
Describing, I would I would describe it, but I just remember that there, it was sort of like the Norse.
There were 4 concentric circles surrounding a central moon, and each one of these circles was actually a land mass that sort of rotated around.
And there was no sun. There was only moonlight.
There seemed to be no sun.
Okay.
There was an aurora.
Okay. But anyway, this where we landed was a so apparently there were humans that were native to this place. They were they had been invaded by these creatures, which I will then describe.
They were large-looking creatures with a volcanic glass exterior. They were black and shiny, and when you looked at them, it was like looking at an oil slick on water. And when they opened their maws and in their chests, they appeared to have like hot glowing coals within, and they steamed from their heads.
Yeah, that.
Yes.
They were using the humans and other species that were there as servants, slaves, whatever. And among the servants and slaves were members of this guy's species. Okay, as well as, very large dogs, or at least one very large dog. But at any rate, these guys were trying to get a hold of the magic intergalactic pixie dust, which will enable them to travel freely between dimensions and invade our world and any other worlds, presumably. And my uncle sacrificed himself to destroy all the magic intergalactic pixie dust. So I have been assuming that we were reasonably safe, but now somebody from another dimension has just come down and crashed, into Cambridge Common. So I'm thinking that we are not as safe as I assumed we were.
Elasticized Man and Canadian Cavalier, please make a intuition check. Whatever your rank is.
I rolled a 71 on a remarkable.
42 on an excellent.
Canadian Cavalier, when you reached the end point with the elasticized man, and you reached a pool with the pixie dust, as he's put it, you could smell the distinct scent of almonds.
Ooh.
Nuts.
That's what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
It's that almonds again, guys. There's something about that smell.
That smell is a chemical that's used to repress superpowers. Is that right, Matt? Is my memory? That's part of the Zulu 22?
Are you saying you didn't rewatch your episode to refresh your memory? Yes. So the Zulu 22 compound was a compound that was used at the Paramax facility in order to suppress superpowers. It smelled of almonds. However, you're not 100% certain that Zulu 22 is the only substance that smells of almonds, though to you, it is.
Mm-hmm.
So that's worth sharing, but can we assume that the exoskeleton, power armored, weaponized guys are somehow anti-powered beings?
Not necessarily. That's a very interesting question. I like what you're asking here. So what you're saying is these guys are not superpowered, or they're taking Zulu 22.
Yeah.
I can't tell you.
Okay.
You don't know.
Kind of surreptitiously, while this conversation's going on, I'm like smelling at any open part of this weapon to see if there's anything leaking out of it, almond wise.
There's a scent of almonds coming from where like the feed would be for the ammunition.
I'll pipe up then and just say, I've smelled that on many a battlefield, but it hasn't been in a context like this. And I'm pointing right at the chamber.
Okay.
So Matt, just in order to
the smell of interdimensional travel plus the smell of anti-normal powers.
This is an interesting question. So what you're saying is, do you smell so when you traveled to this world or place called Dagobah, was there a smell associated with it?
With the travel? Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead and make an intuition check.
24, no way.
You're not getting much of anything. You were just so blown over by the fact that you were just launched that you don't quite remember much of anything beyond the blinding blur of something that looked like it was out of a Stanley Kubrick.
Dr. Shaw, I'm wondering if you know any place at the university where we can park our new friend so that the government will not carry him off and conduct vicious experiments on him.
What do you think, Dr. Shaw?
I believe any number of laboratories we have in the basement of the...
That's true.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a labyrinth down there.
Here's the question. Will the people in the laboratories do vicious experiments on our new friend?
Aren't you the Peter Venkman of Harvard?
Back off, man. I'm a scientist.
Walter, we were saying I can't remember what game it was, but a game or two ago, we were saying that we are the role-playing channel for people over 40. All of our references, over 40 or 50, all of our references are for like movies way back. Like that's why we have everybody, our whole demographic is above like 50. But anyway, I'm sorry, I digress.
And one poor youth who comes in the
There's
comments
one
and says bonkers.
confused young person that's like, "What are you talking about?"
That's me, frankly.
Yes. Okay, to be honest, yeah, Eric, you're the baby of the group, so.
Um, I want to ask the group, do we have one specific question for our situation right now?
Yes, so don't forget, like, you do have this creature that
Right.
is just kind of sitting there, and it's like, it keeps looking at its watch.
It's a huge question mark.
And also, like, I have the ability to figure out one like scene, one event. What would would we want to
Oh,
like but I need to be able to articulate it. Like,
yeah.
what am I looking for? Are we going to ask something like show me how the hole in the sky got opened,
Mhm.
or show me where the bug came from, or something?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
what question do you
how
wanna-
did you get here, and did you intend to come here, or were you sent, or was it an accident?
And why is the Rise Up humans there to meet it and try to stop it as soon as it arrives?
Uh,
Okay, I'll try and ask that of the bug.
Okay. So, do you want to take input from... Now, let me ask you this about the power. You can only ask this once, or... Because you have established, the way I see it, you've established some sort of two-way communication with it.
Oh, I'm not talking about the bug. This is a
Oh,
magic artifact that I have that I can use
got it.
once every 3 days.
Yep.
And it will show me a scene.
mm,
Oh, is this going to be a scene from the future, from an
Well,
alternate...
I reach into my infinite bag and pull
Yep.
out my item that I stashed in there.
Mhm.
And I show it to the group. This is what it looks like. This lamp, the lamp of Lucifer, this lamp resembles the lamp of Aladdin in folk tales, except it has a red figurehead of a demon on it. The lamp is a scrying device. When lit, it emits smoke that can show the user whatever scene he wishes to see, even if it has happened in the past. For gaming purposes, the lamp can only be used once every 3 days.
Okay,
So
cool.
I need a specific like scene
Moment you want to see.
right, yeah.
or
Like
how our friend got here.
how
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Okay. Well, first I'll try and ask him, because that's something that if he can answer, I don't
Yeah.
need to waste my lamp
Yeah.
usage on that. So I'll try and talk to him.
I'm gonna make this a roll because this is kind of beyond. I'm gonna make it a roll for communication. This is kind of a little bit beyond just like, hey, how you doing? Oh, okay, thanks. Follow me. Go ahead and tell me what was that skill one more time, the translation skill, and what was the rank?
It was amazing.
Amazing. Okay, go ahead. I don't care what it's called, but if it's amazing, go ahead and make your roll.
Okay. 33.
33. Oh, yes, you are right in the green. The bug communicates some very simple things to you. It's part of a group from a place called, which you recognize as Vagaver, which matches up with what the Elasticized man and the Canadian Cavalier were telling you about their experiences before. And it was part of a group sent here to help people of Earth. And when they say people, when it says people, it's a word that's very generic. It's not a word for super beings. It's not a word for humans. And you sort of take it as a broad sort of meaning. So it's not necessarily here to help super beings or humans, but humanity.
Okay. That's cool. How can it help humanity?
What are we thinking? So, Dimensional Detective, does this help you know what scene you want to see, or anyone else?
I still have more questions for the bug, so I'm gonna ask, how did it get here? Like, how did the hole in the sky open?
Make
for
your
it?
roll.
85.
That's easy. It was sent here by the organization that it works with in order to correct a wrong that's going to happen. Machinery is what you get. Correction. Wrong timeline. Wrong dimension. These are all things that kind of pop up.
So he's from the TVA. Kind of. He's not Mobius, but he's another employee.
Let's keep the intellectual property separate. I actually haven't
the Tennessee
watched
Valley Authority.
That's right. I haven't watched that show. I know what you're talking about. You're talking about Loki, right? I swear to God, I haven't watched it. I just have this. I grew up on the same comic books as those guys, so that's why this is happening.
Right. I don't know. Does the group have any ideas of what we need to ask? My thought is, where do we go next?
Right. Where?
Find the location of all the trouble. Like, who do we go beat up?
Yeah.
It sounds like something worth helping out with. Just on the outside looking in, it sounds like they're here to do something good. We don't know for certain, but for good or ill, we should find out what it is. So where are we headed? Or where is this creature headed?
Oh, good point. Let me ask him.
Okay, so wait a minute. Before you start throwing dice and rolling, do you want to consult with the group? Where is the creature headed? That's the question you want to ask the
possibly
Oracle.
Also, if there are others in his group coming here now.
Yeah, did you come alone?
Yeah, I'm gonna talk to the insect then and ask, did you come alone, and can we come with you on your mission?
So you're not asking where he's going.
Well,
being the evil game master and just being
right. No, right. Can we come with you?
In a volcano.
Yeah, I don't know. Should I ask, can we come with you, or where are you going? I guess I would try and phrase it as, where are you going? Where are you headed? What's your destination?
Okay.
So
sure.
I'll try and ask
your
him
mission parameters.
I'll try and ask him that.
But you're asking the bug. You're so far. You're not using your ability to see that scene yet. Go ahead.
I'm not using the Lucifer magic.
Yep.
I rolled 53 to talk to the bug.
So your question is, where are you going?
Where are you going? Where are you headed?
The opening ceremony for the institution.
Okay.
And where's that?
Well, you guys would know that it's
That's at the new institute that they're putting in.
Oh,
yes.
that's what you mean. Okay, now I got it. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Where Kennedy
president is going to be.
Yes, where the President Kennedy, the third Kennedy. No, actually fourth if you really check the timeline, but yes. But that's a different
danger
matter.
to the president?
Danger to the president, danger to the institute. Maybe the institute is the danger.
Matt, do we know what the president's? All the Kennedys have superpowers. Do we know what his are, or is that a tightly kept secret?
This is a great question. The current President Kennedy is a Superman. Ubermensch. And all of the Kennedys, as a matter of fact, have always been Supermen. So Joseph Kennedy, who in our own timeline, out of character, was actually died in World War II, Joseph Kennedy survived. And it was thought that Joseph Kennedy survived because of his super abilities. He went on to one term of office prior to John F. Kennedy. Now, Joseph Kennedy was thought to have been kind of, I hate to use this term, but this is actually what they said. Like he was thought to have been kind of groomed and bred to become president before he died in World War II. However, in this timeline, he made it. He was only able to serve one term, however, and had to step down for unknown reasons. His brother, John Kennedy, then stepped in, became elected, served 2 terms. During his assassination attempt, it was found out that he was a super because the bullet bounced off, actually killing his wife. However, it was revealed then, and he came out as a super-powered being. This pretty much made him a hero and a legend to all. He served his 2 terms. Robert Kennedy, when Sirhan attempted to assassinate him, again, the bullet bounced off, killing an ordinary member there in the kitchen of the I can't remember where he was, which kitchen it was, but he survived, thus cementing him as an icon. He went on to 2 terms, so that makes 5 terms in a row in which the Kennedys served as presidents, and this sort of cemented the Kennedy name as royalty. And there was a resentment from on the side of the Republican side, who, if you think back to history, they actually did have a really terrible time winning elections back then, but they really had a terrible time. A civil war soon erupted, which I'm sort of glossing and smoothing over, that raged into the 70s, and then the nation split into 3 or 4 parts, depending on whether you count Hawaii and Alaska. And then eventually, after a few terms, a new Kennedy came into office, and that's our current president, number 46, by this Dimension 275 timeline, who is the great-grandson, or the grandson, I always forget, but either way, he's a descendant of a Kennedy, and he is currently president. So this one is known as another Superman, thought to be a Superman, much the same way his forefathers were.
Mm-hmm.
Though the truth is, no one's actually, and I'm not trying to like confuse things here, but no one's actually witnessed it. But you can witness it in history if you look back at these Kennedys, the one that survived the plane crash, Joseph, and then John and Robert, who survived their assassination attempts. But this one hasn't, no one's bothered because it's like, oh, Kennedys are super beings.
Okay.
And so this is a plot. We think it's a plot to kill the president?
This bug? He
So
could be here to stop an assassination for all we know.
yeah, so well, here's the deal. The Red Sox fans are terrorists who have an anti-super weapon. So, they've got their almond-smelling ammunition, which may be designed to neutralize the president's superpowers so that he can be killed.
That makes sense to me.
If they got pissed off as soon as they saw this bug, they're not on the same team.
Yeah.
And the bug is here to right a wrong. That's what you've gotten so far.
Okay, so when is this institute going to be dedicated?
So we can kind of play with time a little bit here, and we can say that at this point, I mean, it was morning when this happened. Probably a few hours have passed by, so maybe within the next hour or 2.
Okay. Tom, can you make our friend look human?
Yeah, I can cast an illusion.
Go join the crowd,
Yeah,
and and our friend will not stand out.
yeah, I'll make him look just like Matt Yancik.
Who's he?
Yeah, but everybody knows me because I'm a famous YouTube celebrity.
200 people will know you.
Everyone's going to be like flocking after me en masse.
Is that what happens to you in your everyday
Oh,
life?
I can't go out in Cambridge anywhere anymore.
While you're
It's
standing next to
terrible.
George Clooney over here.
Yes, that's right. They're like they're pushing George out of the way to get to Matt Yancik.
Hey, Dr. Shaw, can you examine this bug thing and see if maybe you could figure out where he's from or something?
I can tell if it's got superpowers and what its DNA trends towards, if it's humanish or not.
Hmm.
If it'll allow me to touch it, and I will.
At this point, it seems it sort of takes a step or two back, but then
Is it wearing
it's
clothes?
no. It looks like a flat creature. Like it looks like
Yeah.
it's like a creature composed of flat sheets of paper
Hmm.
that keeps turning this way or that way. And when I say it disappears, I don't mean to
Yeah.
say that it's disappearing out of, well, maybe it is disappearing out of reality, but there's a certain dimension to it where you can no longer see it. But then, sure enough, in the fraction of a second that it takes to turn from like facing 3/4 view this way to 3/4 view that way, you see it disappear for just a moment and then reappear. So it hesitates for a moment, but then calms down. You can go ahead and
I'll just give it a touch to see if I can get any sort of read on it whatsoever.
it hesitates, and then go ahead and give it a touch. What is the I want to say attribute, the phase rip attribute that you use for this?
I'm gonna say reason
Reason.
would
Okay.
probably be,
What's
or
the rank?
You know what? Intuition is a lot higher. I've got amazing and I.
Go
So
ahead.
let's roll that. I got a 95.
Oof.
Oh boy.
Okay, what did you want to know? I'm so sorry. I forget exactly what you wanted to know.
Just the type of creature it is. Are its genetics similar to ours? And actually, if I were to use the detection skill or special abilities, the hero understands details about the target's powers on a red feat. That's got to be red, right?
Yes, that is. So the creature doesn't necessarily have any powers. However, it is not a creature of this dimension, and you can just tell by the way that it's functioning right now, examining. I'm thinking of all kinds of pseudoscience terms to like disguise the
Totally
fact that I don't know what
otherworldly.
I'm talking about. It's otherworldly, and it seems to be basically existing here. It doesn't make sense for it to be existing here right now unless it were within some sort of field or under the influence of perhaps a powder which can transport it to other dimensions.
So I'll make sure to relay
Yeah.
whatever
And
I've
the only
told to everybody.
ability, if you can call it that it has, is the fact that it only has two dimensions, two physical dimensions, and the third or the next dimension, the fourth dimension of time.
So if our thinking is correct, if something's going to happen at this institute with the president, Dimensional Detective, can you use your little magic lamp to see what's going to happen?
Say that, yeah.
Rub it.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, so I take out Lamp of Lucifer and I rub it, and I say, show me the scene of the dedication that's about to happen, of the institute. What's the event that's going to take place?
Can you tell me exactly how this power works? And if not, it's totally fine. We'll just roll for it.
Yeah, I mean, nothing new that I didn't read already. The lamp is a scrying device. When lit, it emits smoke that can show the user whatever scene he wishes to see, even if it has happened in the past. This is how Umar discovered the fate of her brother Dormammu.
Hmm.
Can only use it
Copyright.
By the
once.
hoary hosts of Ogoth.
Yeah, it's like a scrying pool, like you
Okay.
touch the waters and then
What's the rank for this?
Does anyone else find this lamp of Lucifer name a little
I know, right? Like that's the thing.
It's not that Lucifer. It's
Right,
Charles Lucifer. I mean, he's a philosopher. It's
Oh, well,
okay.
that's all right then.
Yeah, it should be fine. Don't worry about it.
And make sure you catch an image of what time this is going to happen too, so we could figure out when we got to be there.
Right,
Get
like
a
because
visual
I
clock in the
don't want to
shot.
get there too early. I got stuff to do. I don't want to wait around.
Right.
Okay, so
Show me
what's
the scene of the dedication. Make sure there's a clock in the background.
what's the rank? Yeah, like the angle. What's the rank?
It doesn't say anything about ranks.
What do you use for it then?
For just my general.
We'll call
I
it.
mean-
Why don't we call it psyche?
Yeah, I was gonna say like
You're
pretty much
tapping
all the
into-
magic is psyche. So
Yeah.
like, in order to use a magic item, it would be my psyche, which is amazing.
Amazing. Okay. All right, so
fif-
go. What'd you make?
58.
58. Okay, that's easily in the green. Here's what you see. So all of you sort of step back when the room almost seems to become silent in the way that snowfall sucks the sound out of your environment. And you almost feel like a change of pressure in your ears. And the outer corners of the room, the banquet room, become dark, and the chandelier begins to dim as the lantern at the center of the room at the banquet table begins to glow, and a mist begins to play on the faint wind coming in through the windows, and shimmering within it. What you see is the black and white figure of President Kennedy, our current 46th president, President Kennedy, as he's making a speech, and you hear that familiar drawl, or well, that familiar Massachusetts accent, which reminds you so much of the prior presidents, but with a slightly different face, a different style of hair, something more modern, something that fits today's contemporary times. And as this happens, you see figures moving in and out as the mist expands and begins to fill the table in a swirl that looks almost like a galaxy as it begins to spiral. And within this mist, you see a crowd. And you begin to see an ocean of civilians with the familiar red of the Boston Red Sox, a few of them with caps, a few of them wearing jerseys, planted in the crowds. And then as the mist continues to swirl, you also begin to see yourselves planted at certain areas. And you're not quite sure. This part of the image isn't so clear because you're not really sure exactly what you're looking at, but you think you see yourselves as these members, these Red Sox fans, cut their way through the crowd, and there looming in the background is the Institute as he gives his speech before it, and there's a doctor beside him, a man in a lab coat. No, I'll just call it a suit and tie, but he looks like the sort that should be more comfortable in a lab coat. And he's dedicating and he's talking about how President Kennedy has funded this project, how excited he is. There's a group of young children all in a row as if on display, which indeed they are, and there are members of the crowd, or I should say members of the press that are taking photographs and writing up comments on their iPads, and a few of them.
Waifs.
What's that?
The home for superpowered waifs.
Yes, essentially that's what you're looking at. And the children they look like each one of them is out of a Charles Dickens tail. And they almost look like they've been handpicked for this media event, which most certainly they probably have. And as these members of the crowd start to move forward, you can see them looking from left to right at each other, nodding. And then at a certain point, the image starts to dissolve and go foggy, milky. And then it fades to nothing. And if there's something really specific you want to know, you can ask me about it and I will tell you whether or not I can reveal that. Because I'm just giving you a general impression. But
So, team, do we think that looked like people in the crowd wearing the red gear, giving each other a nod, are like, it's time to
Yeah,
attack?
they're
Yeah.
definitely.
I
Those
would-
Red Sox fans are bad news.
And
They're
we're
pretty coordinated, and it's
Red
all
Sox guys are not
centered on that.
any good.
So
hopefully
it looks like we're on a mission to save the president.
You know, I'm okay with that. I mean, I'm not too happy about having this dynasty rule my country, but I sure as hell don't want the people who hate supers to run it.
what are we thinking then, gentlemen?
What time is this dedication?
I can play with the time, and if you want a couple hours to prep, or if you want to just get going,
Hey, that
Flick on the TV, and then it tells me what time it is.
clicking on the TV, it tells you what the time is, and you can see that crowds are gathering and they're all cheering, and you see like "We love Kennedy" and like Kennedy, like there's images of all of the members of the Kennedy family with like crowns on their head. It says American Royal or New England Royalty.
We don't have
have
much time. Maybe enough time to get a Tim Hortons coffee, but no more than that.
Hey, you got your motorcycle in the
Yeah, let's
what else is in that garage?
Let us motor on off, and why don't I go with the dimensional detective and our bug friend, and Tom, you can make the bug look like a person,
Yep.
and I can carry the two of you off to some vantage point overlooking the institute.
Oh, so no car.
Did you inherit like a Ferrari or something, Josh?
Or a Batmobile?
No, I have a stride of 1,800 yards.
Oh, yeah, but these guys, the doctor and the warrior, they need something.
Sorry.
Got a Honda Odyssey in there or something?
Well, Boston does have a great public transportation system.
That's how we're gonna
Oh,
go to
okay.
the assassination.
So while you guys take the tea, we'll go
Take
save
the
the president.
That's right. Hey,
I-
it's actually pretty good. I'm pretty impressed, I have to admit.
I'm sure.
I have a
I
whole
point
garage
towards the.
full of vintage cars, and some of them go very fast. But
That's right, you do, don't you?
yeah,
Yes.
Yeah.
you know, if any of you would like to borrow the Bentley, sure.
Take-
The Bentley will probably get you through several checkpoints just on its own.
Yeah. Just the power of the Bentley. Yeah.
I'm pointing towards the bug, and then look to Tom. So does this jibe with his idea of what he's doing?
Oh, well, let me ask him. Are you ready? Are you ready to go now to the opening, to the institute? I point to the TV. That event happening. Do you want to go?
At this point, you're kind of establishing a little bit more of a rapport, and it seems like fairly impatient, and actually very thankful, and relieved to have allies. So yes.
Okay,
What's your
cool.
impression?
Yeah, he's ready. He wants to go there. He's ready to go. Let's, he's on board.
I smack the doc in the shoulder. You're driving.
I haven't driven since before prison, but let's give this a shot.
Do you say the prison part out loud? Today?
Yeah.
Yes.
As
Whoops.
he hands him the key to a
First crack
Bentley.
in the armor. I know, right?
Whoa.
Doctor, I don't remember you mentioning this during our interview. Now, can you tell me a little more about this prison?
Yes,
Maybe
it was
I-
only
Another time.
Paramax level.
Because I do want the Bentley back. Okay.
It wasn't a moving violation, if that's what you want to know.
That's right. So is that what we're doing now?
Yeah.
Okay. So I think that this is probably a great time to take a break. let's take one more break, and then I think that we're approaching the climax, the third act to our adventure.
All right.
Thank you all very much for watching this far. I hope you'll watch through the 10-minute break. I want to mention one thing. The music that you hear in the background was composed by none other than James McKenzie, who created the theme for tonight's adventure, as well as the Eternal Troopers theme as well. So please sit back, relax, and listen to the musical stylings of James McKenzie 4 times in a row, because it wasn't 10 minutes long, so I had to keep playing it. So we'll be back in 10 minutes. See you soon.
All right.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are back, and if only you could hear what our conversation is during the 10 minutes that we break, I think I should start like recording what we talk about and releasing that as like an addendum to like what we to
Yeah,
what
that's for your
to the
Patreon
game.
extra
Right,
content.
that's
Yeah,
for
right.
the extra Patreon stuff. Like it's actually it's kind of fun,
The
especially to
outtakes.
get it all done like in 10 minutes before like everyone comes charging back. Um, so when last we left our heroes, they had decided that they were gonna go save President Kennedy. So just to
Not
kind of
that one, the other one.
not that one, not this one, not the other one, but
Hmm.
the current one, the 46th president in what is known as Dimension 275. This is something the Dimensional Detective would know about, but maybe not everyone else would. We are not currently in our own dimension. We're in Dimension 275. The life of a current president, the descendant of the great Kennedy family, American royalty, New England royalty, is in peril, or so our heroes think. Um, what would we like to do,
As
team?
a team, we don't have a name for this team, but I have thought of one. Being a bit of a pessimist, I've
Are
thought
you
of.
saying this as President Kennedy's life is in danger? You're like, well, stop, guys, stop, stop.
Wait,
In case we do
Yes.
this and pull it off, and someone asks us, we need to have a team name. Is this? Go ahead.
Right, and being a pessimist, I suggest our team name is the Dead Kennedys.
That is against our mission, I feel.
Too soon. Too soon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sweating.
The Desassassinators.
It's the unassassinators?
The
Okay.
Preventers? I don't know. But anyway,
Just to let
The-
everyone at home know, before the stream, like a couple days ago, I sent out an email to everyone and I said, and so this is not metagaming and this is not performative. I just said, guys, I think one of the things we may talk about is maybe what your team name is. So just start sort of thinking about what you want. This is not what I expected, but it's Friday night. We're just having fun with it, so we'll roll with it.
no,
Uh,
I'm gonna
Hey, the Cambridge Commandos.
Oh, there we
Commando.
go. Nice alliteration.
Yeah.
I'm gonna wave the bug to come with me and head for the garage.
At this
And
point, the bug is following
I
you.
think we can do the striding over rooftops thing.
Yeah, it's up
Alright.
to you guys to decide how to
You
do.
know, there's going to be a lot of traffic down there, so
Yes, and indeed, as you kind of look out the banquet window, you can kind of see that there is a buzz. There's an
yeah.
electricity in the air, and again, this is just because of several events going on. One, there's the big game that's going on later this evening between Cleveland and Boston. And there is also, of course,
Stealing
the
my damn
dedication.
parking place.
They are taking your parking spots. They're all up and down. Their permits. They're not even spaced properly. And
Hmm.
what are you gentlemen? How are you going to get to the institute? Are we taking long strides with Josh? Are there others taking motorcycles? Are there others?
Yeah, I'm taking
hoofing
my
it?
bike. I'm taking my
Yeah,
bike.
you don't want the bike. The bike is going to be useful.
the bike can weave in and out of traffic. I don't know if
Correct.
a Maserati will be very useful to get there quickly in
Unless-
Boston.
No.
my plan
Is
is
there a gyrocopter down in my garage?
I wouldn't go that far.
Okay.
my
We'll
plan is
make it work.
to levitate and just hang on to the back of Josh.
Okay.
Oh, and just sort of like you did at the end of your adventure. Okay. How?
As we're pulling down the driveway, I make sure that that Josh and Tom are kind of already begun moving, and I'm gonna roll down the window, lean this weapon out, and
Wait,
as we're about to go by, I'm gonna take a shot at his mailbox, just
what?
because I want to know what this weapon can do, because I haven't shot it yet. And there's all this talk that maybe it like is anti-super, but maybe it's just a gun. I don't know.
Okay. Are you seriously doing this? I'm totally fine with it, but I just want to ask, because I'm just thinking practically. You've just met these guys. It's okay if you want to do this. I'm totally fine with it.
I think it's gonna inform the operation of my mission.
Okay.
And I'm gonna make it happen.
All right. So you are taking one of Josh's vehicles?
I'm driving.
Okay, got it. So literally, Eternal Trooper is right. Well, not literally, figuratively, he's riding shotgun with the weapon. Okay, so go ahead and as you're pulling out of Josh's driveway, take aim at his mailbox, and go ahead and
I
fire.
have guns and I am a marksman,
Oh, yeah.
and I don't know what I use.
It
to
would be
do
called a
this.
shooting attack, so you'd use agility, and I don't even
Okay.
know why I'm asking you to roll for this, but it's otherwise, just other than the fact that it's kind of fun.
Roll not to shoot your foot off.
Yeah, something like that. Roll not to shoot like some civilian up.
44 incredible, shift it 2 to the right, and I'm good.
Shift it to the right for your talent. Oh yeah, you're way good. I like your question. I just hadn't thought. You hit the target, you hit the mailbox, and there's a hard ping. And it's the sort of ping that takes you back to when you were a little kid and like you're at like at a circus and you're like firing the BB gun. And it fires straight through the mailbox, leaving a small hole on one side and an exit on the other that is just immense. Um, and I was gonna make a meta joke and say Josh's royalty checks are destroyed.
no.
The royalty
Paper
checks that
flies
he
out.
didn't
That's
know were
too
coming.
soon.
It like just flutters to the ground.
All right, you're going to have to answer to the
With
post office.
with an apology
I'm
letter from
destroying
his name.
mail.
With
These
an
are in fact
apology letter.
property of the post office.
Man,
Um,
we're all
Sorry, I couldn't resist.
Did it make a loud bang or anything, or did it just go bing?
I like this question as well.
Bink.
It was actually quite quiet. And the feeling you get in your hands after you fire the weapon is as if your palms were being massaged by it. And then you begin to
Ooh, I
see
wanna
a
shoot it
slight
again.
curling, a slight curling in the at the molecular level as the paint begins to change color on the outside, as if it were draining it of its luminosity or whatever the word is, of its coloration, and it goes from whatever color it was to something much duller.
Okay.
Okay, that's all. So, are the
I
rest of
pull
you
it
just
back in, like, that'll work.
the
Yeah.
rest?
Yeah, since you might want to be careful with that gun because it is bound to attract the attention of the Secret Service, unless you can hide it somewhere.
As opposed to the giant striding elastic person.
That's right, which is much more subtle.
I'm
He's got a gun. The president's Superman.
So,
Oh, wait.
are we all
Yeah.
heading
Yeah.
straight there?
I'll change my appearance to Ben Affleck because he's a local guy.
He fits in with Boston. Nobody would notice him carrying donuts, like shuffling them in his arm and like picking up the morning paper, I think, at the same time. So you start striding toward, I'm going to say you're actually heading toward Boston Common. I want to be careful about how I say this. So you end up stretching out across the Charles River, sort of losing track, seeing out of the corner of your eye as the Canadian Cavalier cuts and weaves his way through traffic, as the Eternal Trooper and the Helix thread their way through, a little alarmingly, through crowded Boston traffic, and then Dimensional Detective just simply floating his way out toward it. You make your way, and you can stride across toward Boston Common into Boston, where the dedication is taking place on the perimeter of the Common in a building that's just been retrofit for this institution. It looks gorgeous and beautiful, and there's a huge crowd that's assembled. And when I say huge, I mean the Common is filled,
Right.
And then people spill out into the streets, going north, south, east, and west. And all of you at a certain point, so those of you in a car are forced to kind of park and find a spot. I don't know if you want to, if you're worried about a ticket or not.
We just leave it in the middle of the street.
just leave it at a certain point. And then you, Canadian Cavalier, are probably forced to park your vehicle at a certain point as well. And it is insanely crowded, and you just see that there are people holding up signs that show, they say they're just banners that say American royalty, pictures of the Kennedys with crowns on their heads. We will never forget Jackie signs. Just people are going crazy for what's taking place, and it is a hustling, bustling gathering of tens of thousands of.
Okay. I am looking for a position of vantage which is not already occupied by a Secret Service sniper.
So that's what you are doing, Josh. Can everybody else tell me what you're doing? Because I want to sort of decide the order I'm going to do this.
I'm gonna do this origami thing with the gun, try and hide it. Am I
You're able to flip
do
it
that with
and
that?
it disappears.
Okay, cool. And then I'll start scanning the crowd. I'll try and just get up on the car and take a look and see if there's any kind of heavy concentration of these exoskeleton dudes.
You want to get up on a car that's going to draw some. Well, you know what? I'll say this. I'll actually say that this is Boston. These are Red Sox fans. It's a game day. There are people up on top of cars and hoods and things like that, so it doesn't really stand out that much. And you're looking for guilty-looking Red Sox guys?
Yeah, it can. And having seen these exoskeletons, is that an identifiable trait amongst them,
Okay.
or is it more hidden than that?
All right. So that is Josh and Eternal Trooper Eddie Head are looking for. Okay. Anything else, gentlemen?
For me, I'm tethered to the back because my levitation power doesn't allow me to like fly forward or anything. I'm being dragged along by Josh.
Right.
And I'm also casting illusion, which requires my focus. I can't really do anything else because I have to be focused on keeping the illusion for that bug.
Right. And you're with Josh. You're not with. I thought you were with Canadian Cavalier behind his bike.
No, he's been with me because he has
Okay,
to
got
cast the illusion over the bug.
Oh, right. Makes sense. Okay. So then Dr. Shaw and Canadian Cavalier, what are you up to?
I'm gonna get as close to the front as I can to see where where the president is, and then just scan the crowd for any of these Red Sox dudes.
Okay. So let's take it this way. Let's go for. Oh, I'm sorry, Dr. Shaw.
Are there any trees within?
Easily, yeah.
Yeah. I'll pull up close to one of those and just keep a hand on it as I scan the crowd as well. There's a ton of Red Sox people here.
Let's go with Dr. Shaw and the Canadian Cavalier first. So go ahead and make intuition or reason, whatever you want to call it, whichever's higher.
Do intuition. 40 exactly on remarkable.
It's a low success. Looking around, what you get is that nobody knows where the president is right now because it's always kept a secret. You see Secret Service, members of the Secret Service every so often, and sort of using your background as a crime fighter, you can kind of tell, okay, that makes sense that this guy's on this rooftop. That makes sense this guy's in the alley. This one's over there. He's talking to his hand, but he's got like a bunch of like in a tie-dye shirt. I can tell. But you don't know where the president is right now. Dr. Shaw?
I rolled a 5. I am just confounded by the number of red shirts.
You actually
in this mass.
You get separated and lost.
My intuition is there's a lot of people here.
Yes,
I'm looking the wrong
your
way.
intuition is like, yeah,
We
you're
are
like
in Boston.
you're like you're in Boston or at least somewhere in Massachusetts. You're not sure. So I'm so sorry. Thank you for playing. Here's a copy of our home game.
Yeah.
See you next week. So let's go with, at this point, Eddie and Josh. You're looking for the guilty and looking for
Right.
like good spots. So go ahead and tell
Well,
me
I'm
what.
for
Oh.
like Red Sox fans who not just dress like Red Sox fans, but look like they have business here as opposed to that they're here to have a good time. Right.
Got it. Intuition or reason, whichever one's higher.
Anyone who looks
70.
particularly sober.
70, and my intuition is excellent.
So firmly in the green, well in the green. I'm gonna say, looking around, you spot one guy
Uh-huh.
off in the crowd. He disappears for just a moment, then he appears again. You think you see a
So
glint.
it's like he's shifting dimensions? Like the
No, I'm
glint?
sorry. I just meant
Okay.
like the crowd is moving around so much. Like he sort of
Okay.
disappears behind someone, then he pops up again. You see him. There's something about the fact that he's wearing all of his gear is new and crisp.
Hmm.
It's
Okay.
not like he's been doing this his whole life. It's like he just went out and bought it the day before.
Okay.
So you spot one guy.
All right. I will extrude a hand, very thin, spaghetti-like hand,
Mm-hmm.
and I will send it over to this guy, and I will kind of send it up his jacket or whatever he's wearing to see if he might have like a concealed gun.
Okay, so I'm gonna let you get into a good position in the crowd because there's a
Okay.
lot of people bumping up against each other. I'm gonna let you even thread it through like their ankles and stuff, and then go up.
Right.
So, but I want you to make a roll using. I'm gonna call it a grabbing because you're just trying to sort of figure out if he's got a weapon.
Uh-huh.
Make a it's kind of weird that it would be strength. Make
Agility.
yeah, make an agility roll on this one. What's
Okay.
your agility rank?
My agility is remarkable,
Remarkable.
and I roll an 86.
86.
Nice.
So threading that arm through the crowd, you kind of make it along the grass like a
Mhm.
snake, just at such a thin, almost like as thick as a few molecules across,
Mhm.
just
Yeah.
enough to maintain your presence there as a being, as a
Mhm.
creature. Every once in a while, somebody steps on you and pins you
Yeah.
down, and then you have to wait a moment. And you manage to make it to the guy's ankle, and then you thread your way up and around. And indeed, this guy has one of those tap, 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 almost like it's sort of an echolocation radar kind of thing going on, and you realize that yes, he's carrying a weapon, so this guy is the real deal.
Okay. And
Eternal
that
Trooper. Oh,
will sort of thicken my hand,
yep.
one part of it, and I will take this weapon and unhook it from him. However, it's done. I mean, I've seen the Eternal Warrior here with this gun, so I know how it works.
Mm-hmm.
But what I'm going to do is I'm going to take it out of its concealment, and then I'm going to unfold it. So suddenly this guy is carrying a rifle.
Oh, I see. You're gonna sort of
Yeah.
like hit the
Yeah.
button that like triggers it so that it shows. Okay.
Right. Yeah.
I like this. Let's go with Eternal Trooper at this moment, and then we'll get right back to that. So, Eternal Trooper, what are you up to?
I was looking for these guys myself. Little
Mhm.
threat assessment of the crowd. I had a 63 on an incredible.
On an
Which is the
incredible,
yellow.
which is in the yellow. You spot two guys with this, one of which you see Josh is taking care of now, and then a second one of which is there in the crowd at an opposite corner. And again, he's wearing like the crisp new gear of somebody that just bought all of his stuff, probably the day before. And as a matter of fact, the two of them kind of match with the two that you saw in Cambridge Common, as if like they all bought their stuff at the same shop
Right.
together. Let's go back just for a moment to Elasticized Man, Josh. So you want to trigger this?
Right.
Make your agility check, please.
Okay. I roll a 17.
17 on,
Agility. So
what was it? Remarkable?
remarkable. Yeah.
You're tapping around,
Mhm.
and maybe you thought you knew where it was at, but it's not actually in the spot where you thought. Or there's a possibility that this fellow is carrying a different kind of rifle.
Okay.
So unfortunately, no. Let's head over to Dimensional Detective, who we haven't heard from. I know that you're trying to maintain the illusion. Now, are you able to sort of like do something else at this point, or are you kind of keeping the illusion?
Well,
Going.
I'm a little unclear on geography at this point
Okay.
because Josh was
I would
going
have tried to like place us on a balcony. There's
right.
like an apartment building overlooking the
Yeah.
area,
Yeah.
or an office
So-
building, and there's and nobody happens to be on that balcony. That's where I'm going.
Okay.
I don't want to be on the rooftop because I'll be silhouetted and the Secret Service will see me.
So you're
But if
standing.
I'm just some schlub on a balcony, I'm just a schlub on the balcony
With a really long arm.
with a really long arm. Yeah.
Right. So from like a second story balcony, you
Mhm.
reach down and then warp your arm. So then me and the bug are on the second story.
Right.
Now,
next to you.
let me sort of add a little detail here, which I failed to sort of carry through the adventure. Looking around, there are odd-looking people here. People that don't really, you wouldn't necessarily, and I hate to say this because it sounds speciesist. They don't seem like people, but you know that they are supers, or they are people with strange abilities or mutations or something. So just in fairness to Dimensional Detective, looking around, a bug would stand out a little bit, but it's not necessarily the worst thing in the world. Like if you want to sort of break your concentration to focus fully on what you're about to do.
Cool. All right.
Okay.
Good.
Also, the bug can just like go into a back corner of the balcony or something.
Yeah,
in the
like
shadow, not
getting
so visible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good to know. Well, I would ask the elasticized man, what are you doing? Where's your hand going? What are you
Well, I say I spotted one of them.
Sounds so foul.
I'm trying to get the gun.
He's got a gun?
He's got a gun.
Yes. There you
Which
go.
guy?
One of those folding rifles.
44 jersey? It looks like I thought I saw your hand go to that guy.
Yes,
well,
and you
yeah,
would
I
have been
thought it
able to
was-
trace and follow kind of where it went.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm going to say Lasimka Jam and throw impact bolt at that.
Okay.
So
Don't
you
hit
know
my-
how Cyclops's optic beams don't
Yeah.
create fire or heat or anything, it's just
Yeah.
pure force.
Yeah.
So impact bolt. I'm Lasimka Jam and hit him with that magic missile.
So tell me what you need to. So for the impact bolt, which is this going to be?
It's one of the Eldritch bolts.
Yep.
That's the magic book, page 19.
No,
if you can.
I don't even care about that. I just want to know. You tell me which phase rip attribute you're using, or talent.
It has to be. It's psyche.
Yep. Okay, go ahead and roll for psyche. What's your rank?
It is excellent.
Yep. Go right ahead.
All right. 34.
34. 34 is a failure. So you do your you do your catchphrase. You make your hand motions, and you are knocking over the first domino by firing your bolt into the crowd at this Red Sox fan, which does not hit the fan, and you know right off the bat there's something off when you fired. So what I'd like you to do now is, as you're firing, you feel it. I want you to make an agility check to make sure that you don't hit an innocent bystander in the crowd. I'm going to give you at least that much.
Okay.
So, what's your rank for agility?
It's good.
And almost as, go ahead,
It's 66.
as this happens, that's well in the green, Hail to the Chief starts playing. Because it's all manipulated by the game master. And what it almost all happens in slow motion as you you course correct where you were at because you'd rather just fire off into like, a building or something rather than hit an innocent. And you can see this distortion of time and space as this bolt moves forward over the heads of the members of the crowd, spinning almost like you threw a curveball. And it just barely skims and then fires off into a building that's probably stood for several hundred years and is like a really important building, like something like a national heritage site or something like that. Maybe where Paul Revere was born or something. Who
Twist the
knows?
knife. Oh
I know.
man.
And
Am I about to roll for damage?
Yeah.
no,
It's
'cause
filled with children.
that's right. It's filled with Paul Revere's descendants, who are all like it's a nursery filled with like innocent children. It skims along the edge, and then you just see an explosion of bricks that fans out across the crowd as Hail to the Chief continues to play, and there's a high school band which confusedly can't tell if they should either continue or like stop. Like, what do you do in a situation like this? Because man, the president is coming any moment, but buildings are exploding, and there's like a guy with a large, like a space-time distortion field that's firing above the crowd. But those high school kids, God bless them, just keep going.
I guess we were the threat that the bug's here to stop.
And
Yeah,
as
right.
soon as that happens, you see suddenly there's a shift among members of among Red Sox fans, and several more fans begin to move forward, looking back behind them, looking up at the balcony, because it's clearly they've spotted at least you, the bug, and Josh, as you do what you do best. Um, and they move forward as if they're rushing. And with that, President Kennedy, number 46, is now coming out of a building, an innocuous building that was off like several buildings down that you hadn't even noticed. And this is all part of the thing that the Secret Service does, which is just like distract and smoke and mirrors here and there. And he's coming out and he's smiling, and he sees this brick this brick facade as it explodes in shards of several 100-year-old bricks across the crowd, and they all duck and cover. What are you all doing? But I digress.
Okay. What is there on this balcony with me? Is there like lawn furniture? Are there?
You could tell me. I mean, honestly,
potted
like
plant?
you would have picked this.
Yeah. I would have looked for potted plants.
Yeah, of course. I'll give you a potted plant. I'll give you 2 or 3 of them.
Okay. I extend however many pseudopods there are.
Hmm.
Pick up
Yep.
these potted plants and hit the Red Sox fans on the head with them.
Okay, so at this point you see one for sure, and you think you see 2 or 3 others
Yeah.
that are sort of moving in, but
I'll-
whether
I'll-
they're not.
New ones, because the one that I already have my little tentacle wrapped around, I can inhibit.
Right. Okay, so go ahead and make the proper phase rip roll. I'm not sure what that would that be strength or agility? We'll call it agility, I think.
Yeah. Okay. 78.
Ooh, on what's your rank?
I'm on remarkable.
Easily mid yellows. So with that, you're able to fire off a few of these potted plants. Now, I'm not going to tell you whether or not you're hitting the right Red Sox fans,
Okay.
but you do hit the proper Red Sox fans that you intend to hit,
Okay.
not beaning them and knocking them senseless in something out of a Bugs Bunny cartoon as the pots hit them on the head and just knock them to the ground. However, having said that, there are other Red Sox fans at
Right.
this point. Now, as this is happening, President 46 Kennedy is waving and he's sort of realizing what's going on, and he ducks and covers, and you can see his Secret Service guardians that just quickly, in an image out of the Reagan assassination attempt, just jump on top of him trying to cover his body. Now, anyone else?
I'm gonna mutter something about.
I think you've gone forward in time to stop your own assassination attempt.
Yeah, I think so. I mutter something about how no plan will survive the first point of contact, and but this is also a great
with
thing.
polygons. That's the.
This is a great time for anyone who's looking to take action to exploit the chaos of this situation. So I need to. I'm gonna kind of palm this weapon in my hand. I'm not gonna extrude it or whatever it does.
Is it still invisible?
So it's ready. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just gonna have it at hand, and then I need to look at scan the crowd again and get a better view. In fact, this time I'm gonna walk up on top of the roof of the car instead of just the hood.
You're up there. Okay, so go ahead and make. What did I say for this last time? Was it a reason or intuition?
Intuition.
Okay,
so
whichever was higher. Go ahead. Incredible.
Rip. Yeah. Uh-oh. That's
every great
Classic.
game ends with an uh-oh.
I roll a 1 like every game, I think, and that's the time.
So
well, I think we're in New England. The president's doing everything.
Now, where were you standing? You were on.
I am on the roof of Josh's fancy car, where we parked.
You rolled a 1. Unfortunately,
I think I'm facing the wrong way.
The Bentley that you're standing on is a ragtop. And as you're standing there, you've momentarily forgotten about this.
I stride right up there.
You hear what you think is a creaking sound, and you're like, what was that? And you realize that the material that this thing is made out of is a fine material that really should have been in a museum. Like, this is a museum piece as far as the canvas goes that constructs this, and you can hear the fabrics as the threads of the fabric as they give way in 2 holes shaped like your footprints that sink down through, sinking you up to your crotch in the ragtop of Josh's vehicle, which luckily doesn't cause too much damage to your nether regions, but is enough to definitely throw you off balance and take up your turn. You also hit the horn, which suddenly starts honking and just going. Anyone else would like to add to this catastrophe?
I'm gonna just make my way as close as I can to where the president is.
Yep.
And just with a great flourish, just pull out my sword.
Oh, that's not gonna look. Yeah, sure.
Say, Mr. I'm a known commodity.
That's
I'm
true.
A superhero.
It's true. Yeah.
And
in America, though.
And I'm gonna say, Mr. President, get down. There's an attack.
So the first thing I'd like you to do, you are a known commodity to perhaps the president, maybe not necessarily to other members of the crowd and to the Secret Service who are trained on a hair trigger to go after the first sign of a weapon. So what I want you to do is make a psyche roll, and we'll call this like an influence roll to sort of see what sort of what you exude. Like if you
All
exude
right.
liberty and justice, or if you exude insanity.
So my psyche is amazing, which
Okay.
is good.
Yeah.
And I rolled a 21. So I'm gonna get shot, I think.
So,
But no,
as
no,
you spend
because
karma.
I am only 1 square away from green. I will expend karma.
And
How much do I have to expend?
so I believe if you're going from so what did you roll?
I rolled a 21.
So you
And
need to spend 5 karma to get you to 26.
correct.
Yeah.
Okay. I will spend 5 karma.
And so you do, and as this happens, there are quite a few Secret Service men who are now dogpiled on top of the president, and all you can see from the president is like a single arm, like a hand, like sticking out of the pile, as they all reach for their weapons and they throw themselves in front of Kennedy 46, and they start to pull him out. And as you pull the sword out, tell us all what the sword looks like. Tell us a little bit about it so we can really feel the gravity of what you've got
So
here.
it's a ceremonial 19th century saber, and it actually has a little bit of a faint blue glow that you can see. It's a magical historical sword. It's the kind of thing, highly polished, but like something that you would see at a in a military museum.
I'm sorry, not Dimensional Detective. Eternal Trooper, make a psyche or make a intuition roll.
58. It is incredible.
Incredible, 58. You've seen this sword before through
Ah,
your
yes.
adventures in time, and you instantly recognize it. I'll tell you more about it later because I don't want to interrupt the game right now, but you know this sword right off the bat, and you know that the Canadian Cavalier is a good and honest man, though inept and not always sound of judgment. So uh, who's left here? I believe Dr. Shaw.
Dr. Shaw.
Yeah, well, I'm just moving forward in the crowd, trying to remember the best way to heal people because I feel like some of my newer friends might need repair soon. I don't know which ones, but
But
I'm just
probably most of them.
yeah.
So you're just kind of keeping a good footing to be in a place where
Yeah, I saw the trooper just collapse the roof of the car. Cavalier drew his sword. There's all kinds of shenanigans going on. I'm just trying to keep a level head right now.
Maybe
Okay.
you should just walk away.
Just
The
walk
thought did cross
away.
my mind.
Just cut your losses.
You know, you could get back in the car and drive off.
Yeah,
Yes.
just I'll be in the roof.
Just stop
Just drive
in the
home.
top.
Get us out of here, Doc.
All right. So as that happens, and as you kind of establish like what's going on and get like a layout for the land and what's happening at this point, what you see, make a reason roll for me, please. What's your reason rank, Dr. Shaw?
Reason is incredible.
Yep, go ahead and make your.
That's how much reason a mad scientist has. Eh?
I know. I might have to column shift this just based on how everyone has behaved tonight.
I rolled a 66.
66. You spot quite a few crisply adorned Red Sox fans There. Even one up on a balcony, maybe at an opposing balcony. And they're all suddenly raising weapons, which are unfolding, which you know is actually just a camouflage kind of arrangement. As they're unfolding out from beneath their jackets, beneath like their jerseys, all around, and they're taking aim at the dog pile there at the very front. And meanwhile, the band is "Hail to the Chief," and they all look very worried as they look from like one to the next. But the little pimply faces are they're just so earnest, and they're really trying. They're giving it all their heart as they continue to play. At this point, let's roll for initiative. I know it sounds odd, but please roll a d10, and I'm going to take the highest roll on the good guy's side versus the highest roll on the bad guy's side.
3. I got a 3.
8.
I'll just say right off the bat, the 8 wins it. So you guys look out and you see about 10 to 12 targets in various spots. You see kind of like looking like a guy on the tarmac directing like a plane onto the
we
proper
didn't
landing.
think through like communications.
Yeah.
It's not like we have radios or
Well,
anything.
you're a new team. You're just getting used to each other.
So I'm just going to gesticulate towards the main targets, the guys with non-beer stained, no mustard on the front of their Red Sox shirts guys who are clearly out of place, to hopefully draw the attention of anyone of my friends who happens to be watching.
So each one of you kind of like picks out a guy, a Red Sox fan in the crowd that looks reasonably suspicious and also matches up and aligns with what the Helix is kind of pointing out to you as you do this. And those fellas are just going for their weapons. And here's the interesting thing. Now that you can kind of spot them, each and every one of them is still wearing that suit of power armor. It's a very subtle suit of power armor. However, they're beginning to glow. And they're glowing in the same way, Dimensional Detective, you saw when you were in the time-space displacement drill from your adventure. So it's almost as if, and maybe the others don't quite know this, but you know, Dimensional Detective, that they're using some sort of technology from, well, whatever creatures or whatever civilization built that time-space drill that you were trapped in your adventure.
Yeah, I don't know what to do with that information though. Like, is there a way to disconnect them from their power source all at once? Or like I'm not.
Go ahead and we'll count this as before the round begins, but go ahead and make a reason check.
Okay. My reason, by the way, is excellent.
You're talking about not in real life, certainly. Sorry, I just had to sneak that in there.
I rolled a 91.
91, very nice. It is indeed the same technology, and taking a look at that, what you feel is this kind of, it's not a supernatural force, it's an intradimensional force that they're kind of calling on. They're using technology to distort space and time. And somehow the 10 or 11 of them that you're looking at are all kind of interconnected in a web. So they're using technology, in other words, to power something that otherwise seems magical or...
Okay. Well, I have learned my lesson about long-range attacks and shooting things into the crowd. So I'm going to run over to Josh.
Yeah.
And the arm that he has extended all the way to that guy, I'm going to grab it and slide down it into to ground level.
Josh, what would you can just tell me honestly, do you think you'd be like, okay?
How am I going to stop him?
Yeah, okay.
I mean, I mean, sure.
Make an agility roll.
Hey, if he wants to go zooming down the zip line feet first into the gunman, more power to him.
That's on him.
Sounds good. That's his choice. Freedom,
Yeah.
man. Freedom.
Freedom.
I have no problem with it.
I'm not going to be the man and
Live
stop
your
him.
truth, Tom.
So I rolled a 39.
39 on what's your...
My agility is good.
Not unlike your shot into the crowd, so too do you at first carry on the zip line. You're like, hey, I remember that. Did Tom Talisman have any military time?
No, but he's done pretty much every recreational activity, all the bungee jumping, all the, he's got to kill time somehow.
Well, he suddenly remembers that he didn't do so well at the Outward Bound camp, and you have this flashback to you colliding with a tree, as a matter of fact.
Oh no!
When you cut your line, when you took yourself off the anchor for your C clip, and you do the same thing here. Actually unclipping from Josh's arm a little bit too soon, and like Josh, except not so bouncy and not so round, do you barrel into a crowd, knocking people left and right, which doesn't exactly take out the guy that you want to take out, but what it does do is start a domino effect where the crowd starts to fall over on top of each other and eventually knocks over the target that you intended in the beginning and knocks him to the ground. And it takes out a couple of the other guys too. And this is just temporarily remove them from firing at the president. It hasn't killed them or anything like that. Somebody else up?
Yeah, I'll go.
Yeah, go ahead. Eternal Trooper.
Yeah, of course I'm mortified, but as soon as Dr. Shaw starts pointing,
yeah,
like it just takes over that he's pointing targets and I'm ready to fire. So
yep.
I like in one motion I'm gonna go towards the guy on the balcony he pointed.
Yep.
And as I'm doing it, the gun's gonna appear and then I'm gonna take aim and I'm gonna fire.
Yep. Go ahead and make a shooting attack roll, which is agility.
I am also going to just pre-spend some karma. I don't really know how it works.
It should be pre-spent. In fairness, it should be. It's not usually used on the back end of rolls, so that's totally fine. Go ahead. How much are you going to spend?
Yeah, kind of basically just in reaction to the mortification I just went through and realizing what kind of situation we're in. I'm going to throw 20 karma at this.
Yeah, I know. I don't blame you. Okay, so automatically 20. Go ahead and make your... What's your rank?
Agility is incredible.
Yeah. Oh,
and
good.
I've got my guns and marksman, so I'll column shift it twice.
Yep.
52. Incredible.
52. That is easily... That's a 72 with the extra 20 karma. That puts you in the mid-yellow range. And you're able to take out your target.
And as soon as it hits, I'm just going to bound out of my predicament.
Yeah, and just like hop to the next possible target. So you kind of like pull this way and that way, and you can kind of feel like you're like, oh man, your foot gets stuck in the cushion between like the seat and the back, and like you tear your foot out, like tearing a long tear along this.
Yeah, it's not graceful. I just got to get myself out.
No, and then you like punch as you're pushing through. You punch a hole in the rag top, one more third hole with your hand, and you tumble out, and then you make your way and cut out through the crowd.
There were several other cars in that 3-story mansion. I don't think you'll miss this one.
He's going to be fine with this one. That's right. Who's up next?
I'll go.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, how many more flower pots do I have access to?
You have a few more. There's like another balcony off to the right.
Okay. Let's see. The guy that I am grabbing has been knocked down, so he's kind of out of action for the moment.
Yes.
All right. So, more flower pots. And how does karma work?
So karma is something that you start with, and so your character should have come with karma. So one karma point equals 1 point when you roll on the D100. So if you want to add 30 karma points, that's equal to 30 on a roll. So in some cases, like if you're high enough up, you don't even have to roll because you'll already be in the green.
Okay, well, I will.
You should have a certain amount of karma that you started
I
with.
will. I will spend 20.
Yeah, go ahead. What's your rank in this?
It is remarkable.
Remarkable. Okay, so you're already at 20. Go
Oh,
ahead.
48, which becomes what, 68?
68, which is way into the. Well, actually, it's way past the green. It's in the yellow. So you're successful, and you're tossing a few more flower pots.
Right. I'm just dropping the flower pots on their heads. I mean,
Just
I'm not leaving this to chance. I am actually in
right.
contact with these flower pots until they hit the target.
Boom, boom, boom. You take out a couple or three more, and now at this point, as you're scanning the crowd, you do see that there are suddenly everybody recognizes the telltale moves of trained professionals, Secret
Uh-huh.
Service members that are scattered within the crowd that are now
Uh-huh.
starting to take out one here, maybe one over there. Their eyes are also, just to sort of warn you, their eyes are off on you guys, but they do like a bit of a double take when they see that you guys are also taking these fellows out.
Mhm.
Who's up next?
That would be me.
Yeah.
I will reach into my utility belt and pull out a couple of maple leaf shaped shurikens.
You're not going to use your sword?
And no, no, because well, I don't think I'm in. I don't think I'm right next to anybody to swipe with the sword. But I'm just gonna.
So you're going to like resheath it, like
No, no,
carefully,
no.
and
Just,
then
no,
pull out
just,
like.
I can
I
hold it in
know.
one hand and then
Yeah, I get
just
it.
fling
You're
these
trained.
shurikens to try to disarm these guys that are pulling out their guns.
Yeah.
And I'm going to make my roll.
So I'm
It's
going
an
to call
incredible.
this a
It's
throwing
it's
edged.
a thrown object. It's a remarkable.
Okay.
It's a 57.
57. So you're able to do it. How many shurikens?
I
One,
yeah,
two.
I figure for effect, just like two of them.
Yeah,
Like
it just looks cool.
try to hit them in the hands, disarm them,
So
or
with
something.
so with a 57, you're able to take out a couple of these guys for 57 points
Nice.
of damage. So there are a few out. So we're starting to sort of knock these guys down like bowling pins. Is there someone that's left, or are we going to go back to the bad guy's turn?
I think we've all acted.
Okay.
Yeah.
Everybody's acted. So with that, what I'm going to do is this. So I don't want to go through 12 different guys. I just think it's really boring. I'm going to go with the 5 guys that are affecting, well, 5 guys, not the hamburger joint, but the 5 bad guys that affect you guys. So somebody comes after Dimensional Detective, who's just knocked everyone down in place, and he's basically the meteor in the crater surrounded by dinosaurs all down. So he's actually made. Suddenly, there's one guy that's standing up, and he turns almost in slow motion with that rifle, and he fires directly at you, Dimensional Detective. And as it charges in slow motion, you can see a ripple of blue electricity as it moves through the weapon. It fires at you, definitely hitting at 91 and slamming straight into you and knocking you back. Dimensional Detective, what is your health at?
35.
Knocking Dimensional Detective several times, end over end, through the crowd, knocking him out.
Oof.
I'm not going to kill him. I'm going to say you're down and out
Merciful.
at this moment and in great and dire need of medical assistance. Next person up is going for the Elasticized man. There's someone coming at you out of the crowd that fires as well. For a 28, which does not hit you but ends up hitting a civilian, or I'll say the brickwork behind you because you're still up on that grill. Next one goes after the Helix. 43. But doing only green damage. doing 21 points of damage. What's your health at, Helix?
76.
Okay. So you're down by 21. The next one fires at Canadian Cavalier, bounding over the crowd in its power armor for a 27, which does not hit.
Okay.
Next one.
So is he like right next to me now?
Yeah, I'll say that. So maybe at the top of
Because
the
he
next
was
round.
attacking. He wasn't shooting at me. He was attacking me with hand to hand.
No, he fired at you.
Oh,
I
he
had
fired
him.
at
He
me.
bounded over and like fired. That's what I meant to
Oh,
describe.
okay,
it in a
I
quick
misunderstood
way.
that. Yeah.
I
No
just
worries.
meant to get us back to us because I'm kind of
Yep.
I don't get it. I'm not interested in what they're doing necessarily.
Sure.
The next one fires for 32, which doesn't hit at you.
These guys really suck.
Well, except for the fact that they knocked
They
out
knocked out Tom Talisman.
Tom Talisman. As you stand over,
Point
as
blank.
Elasticized Man stands
target.
over the body of Tom Talisman, he declares, "These guys really suck. They haven't hit me at all. They hit Tom."
They can't hit anybody important. Jeez.
So let's go back to the four of you, and at this point, a lot of these guys have been knocked out by Secret Service. The crowd has gone crazy. The president, you don't even know if the president, like, where is he gone? You just see like a mass of guys and men and women in dark suits that are like moving this lump towards a bulletproof limo. And we have a few more left. So who's up? Except for, I'm so sorry, Tom Talisman, who is out for the moment.
Matt. Yeah. Did someone just ask that?
What's
Yeah.
that? Go ahead.
Like, what is this otherworldly being doing while all of this is happening?
The bug monster we're friends with, is he gonna help heal me at all? Or?
Here's
In the situation that he came to help with.
I like this question. Thank you for reminding me. I think this is totally natural. So as a game master, sometimes it's hard for me to keep track of everything that's going on at the same time. I really like this question because I actually think that the bug monster probably would have been quite confused by how quickly everything happened and how incompetently a lot of this sort of like unfurled. He probably at this point would have, as you are all watching, you see in slow motion the bug creature, wings flapping, fluttering like an angel as it alights from the balcony across the crowd, 100 times more agile, 100 times more skilled, as it comes down, grabs Tom Talisman, cradles him in its arms, and flies off into the sky.
Okay.
And is gone for a moment. Now everybody's up.
I will simply look for the closest bogey to the doctor,
Yeah.
who I'm probably closest to, and
Yeah.
try to remove them.
Go ahead and make your roll. So you're using that gun again, right?
Yes, I'm going to do
Shooting
another
attack. Go ahead.
10 of karma, burning hot.
Yep.
That's a 24, so a
34. What's your rank?
with an incredible +2 column shift.
Ah, okay. So you're in the green. You're able to hit for 34, and you end up hitting it, knocking that guy end over end into the crowd. Who's up next?
I'll go, and I'm
ahead.
just moving away from the guy who shot me or
Yes.
shot at me. I don't
Yep.
know if he just got taken out, but as I move away, I'm going to brush up against an elm tree
Mhm.
and attempt to give it some crazy growth.
Mm-hmm.
If I roll successfully, I'll tell you what happens, but
Cool.
I just want to
What's
see
the
if I got
rank
it.
for this?
It is plant growth. Ooh, is good.
Okay, go ahead. You're adding no karma to this?
No karma.
Got it.
And I don't think I need to. I rolled a 90. 90.
Nice.
That's
Nice.
a good tree.
The tree is at your beck and call.
It'll take a turn to affect this, but I want it to grow super fast and super big, and then all of its seeds will grow and then pop. So this will become like a giant tree, fireworks, gunfire type thing, serve as a distraction as I cut my way towards the Canadian Cavalier.
Okay, so that tree just starts to grow, and it's almost firing seeds off and out toward into the crowd, which all embed like little BBs into the ground, and then they start to sprout themselves all through the crowd, almost as if you're watching a time-lapse photography, just as things begin to corkscrew up into the crowd
grow
and
that fast.
even over there. Yeah. Who's up next?
I can go next.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
I want to lunge at the guy who shot at me and take a swipe at his gun with my sword.
Okay. Go ahead and make your roll. What's your rank?
So it's a strength attack, right?
Yeah.
So I have what's 26? That's remarkable.
Remarkable. 26.
And I rolled a 38.
38. You're in the green, and you're able to. A 38 is going to take this guy out, and he's
Nice.
down for the count. Who's up? Who's left?
I am.
Okay, go ahead, Elasticized Man. We're going to
All
say
right.
that this is our last final bad guy.
More pots.
We'll find out.
Fresh pots.
Okay. And seeing as we seem to have distracted the assassins from their job of killing the president, and now they're shooting at us. So
Yes.
I'm going to prioritize the ones who are shooting at us.
Okay, got it. So what are you? You're
And I
gonna
roll a
pot 'em?
93.
93.
Dang.
So with that, you are able to sort of deliver the final blows.
All right.
For what seems like the final blows for the last few crisply attired Red Sox fans. And now, looking out across the crowd, what you see is an ocean of civilians that have all ducked and covered, hands over their heads. You see men and women and some children. The signs are all on the ground. And what you see are those corkscrewing plants, those corkscrewing trees as they go up into the sky. And following up into the sky, you see the faint and tiny silhouette of the dimensional detective being cradled in this angelic creature's arms as it keeps going up into the sky, almost disappearing into the clouds.
It's taking him home.
Maybe. And as that happens, that limousine is pulling out. But actually, there's a second limousine that's now pulling out as well, almost as if the two of these things were designed as a distraction. President seems to be gone. Meanwhile, sweating bullets, that high school marching band is just still playing Hail to the Chief. Just so dedicated. And you can see them as they're watching like those corkscrew trees as they grow off into the sky. And now everything is kind of fallen silent.
And meanwhile, there are like 10,000 Bostoners going, Ben Affleck just saved us.
That's right.
Bunch of flower pots.
That's right. What are we up to at this point?
Okay, it's been secured, right?
It appears that things have been secured. There's a lot of chaos, a lot of like disorder. You see, like there are Secret Service agents that are creating perimeters. They're like sort of politely, but still like with a lot of they've got the Uzis out. Well, whatever they would be carrying now. They're like definitely like moving people out of the way, starting to create. Eric is smiling because he was in the military and he knows everything I'm saying is total bunk and I'm not doing it the right way. But they're moving people out of the way, and now they're rushing over towards you, not in a threatening way, but they're like shouldering towards you to kind of get you guys straight and figure out what the hell's going on here.
I wave at them in a friendly way, and with my other hand, which is still around one of the assassins.
Yes, that's true.
Right. I basically tie that assassin up with rope made of me
I like it.
and hang him upside down in the middle of
Like in the middle of Boston Common,
square there.
he's
Yeah,
just swinging there like
yeah.
this. Okay. Anybody else doing it? And now he's like elbowing you, but even though he's elbowing you, you're kind of like bending with it, so you're not really being
Secret
pushed out of
Service.
place. Yeah.
The Secret.
They're
How did
all
he?
coming up to you guys.
How did he?
They're climbing. They busted in
Okay.
through the porch doors. They're the Secret Service. They can do anything.
I want to grab one of the guys that I knocked out, or see if they're conscious, and just kind of pull them up and ask them, who do you work for?
Oh, it's the old who do you work for, huh?
Who does number 2?
Who does number two? That's
That'd be our only chance. By the way, the Secret Service guy said, "Don't worry, I'm an Oscar-winning actor."
That's right. He's like, oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Affleck. That's right, and a Bostonian as well. So, basically, each and every one of you is now getting like elbowed, but except for you, Canadian Cavalier, the Secret Service agents look like they're just like horses in the champing at the bit, like just trying to get out of the starting gate. Like they want to go after you, but they recognize your uniform. One or two of them kind of hold each other back, and they look like they're just a molecule away from like jumping on you, but they know who you are. And just for a moment, they give you that moment. Make a psyche roll.
Doke. That is a 52 on. It's I think it's amazing. Yeah, amazing.
That's nicely in the green. Who do you work for? We work for the humans. Who do you work for?
I've worked for the Great White North. When you say the humans, is that the others?
The others, what the hell are you talking about? The only others here, and he looks around, he looks at the elasticized man who's like, he calls him a freak of nature. He looks at the flying angel heading off with the body of the dimensional detective. He looks at Dr. Shaw, who's just made these trees start to grow out. You're the freak. You're the freaks. You're not.
I lean in and headbutt him.
Okay, we'll just say he's knocked out.
Okay.
He's knocked out. And
Yeah, I
you
don't
see
wanna
like the
hear his
Secret
dialogue.
Service agents who kind of look at each other like, that's pretty good. That's a good move.
I didn't see nothing.
And meanwhile, the two limos carrying the president are now gone, whichever one may be which. And with that, the Secret Service agents you get the impression they're going to corral you and they're going to stop and question you. How do you want to proceed with this? Are you going to resist and try to get away? Dr. Shaw, I want to remind you that you'll probably most likely be nabbed as an escaped convict out of Deer Island Paramax facility. Are you guys going to go with this, or?
I want to. I'll conceal my firearm, but with my training in the Homeland Security, I feel we've looked at some of these presidential events before, and this aftermath, I want to try and identify the lead agent.
I'm going to say that you
and
don't even
just
have to roll for it.
direct right for him.
Yeah, you know, like you start to use the right terminology, just like it comes out of your mouth like dominoes just falling.
And just
you
like professional to professional, soldier and security guy, like just be very direct with him and say, there's a bigger threat here. We've neutralized this right now. We were on top of it. Now we need to expand this out, and your men have to figure out what's going on here.
right then and there, that you can see the recognition in that Secret Service agent's eyes, and he's on his radio in a moment, and he's got a few code words that he speaks into his cuff. And with that, each one of you that isn't being carried off by this angelic creature recognizes that these guys, they suddenly take a turn. And just whoever this eternal trooper is, he said the right things, and you're not sure where he comes from or what his background is. But suddenly you're being taken seriously, and you're not seen as the bad guys that you kind of a moment ago thought you might be. I want to ask the Helix whether or not you're going to stay. They sort of let their guard down a little bit. Are you going to stay,
Or am I going to jet?
or are you
Like,
going to
just
go? You just got to let
Yeah,
me know.
I have a fairly
Are you
robust.
going to stay or are you going to go?
Are you stay or should I go?
Bum, bum, bum,
I'm
bum.
gonna make
Hey,
a
there will be trouble.
If you
go.
stay, there will be
Wow.
trouble. If you go, there it will be
It'll be
double.
double. So I mean,
So you
stay.
just
still
got to
gonna-
let me know. Are you going to stay or are you going to go? Sorry. Go ahead.
I'm gonna attempt to get out of here.
Yeah. Make
Another reference that nobody under 50 is gonna
right.
get.
That's fine. We're for the
I'm
like
still under 50, just not a lot.
that not a lot under 50. You're just skirting the edge of 50.
Yeah, I'm riding that edge.
You want to use agility, reason, intuition. What do you want to use to get out of here, Helix?
Intuition, because it
It's
is
the
one of my
highest.
strongest.
Yeah, go
Yeah,
ahead.
and I'm in fact, this is pretty critical to what I do. I'm going to amazing.
Yeah.
I'm gonna throw 30 points of karma into the mix.
Yeah, go ahead.
To make sure
It's the
I
end of
hit
the game.
green.
Yeah.
And that's a 67 plus 30 would be a 97.
Oh,
You are easily able to slip away. And in fact, you slip away so easily that your partners don't even see where you go. So
What I do is I take my lab coat off and I'm wearing a Red Sox jersey.
turn.
And I
Yes.
That may not be
I
the
just
choice.
Beautiful.
right. We shoot him.
You're nabbed at the next security checkpoint. So you basically what you guys see is a crowd filled with like well-worn Red Sox fans, seasoned, and you see your buddy, or well, for some of you, your new buddy, Dr. Shaw, as he sheds his lab coat, throws a cap on him, grabs someone's popcorn or something and like starts eating it, turns, slips into the crowd, and you see like a few people move before him. Then you think you see him, but then a couple more people shuffle, and then you realize you're looking at
He
the
sprung
wrong
up in our sight line.
person, and he's gone. He's just gone. And meanwhile, these members of Secret Service are all descending on you, and they're not forcibly moving
Yeah.
you along, but they're genuinely interested in speaking with you further.
I am happy to cooperate because A, I want to keep my mansion. B, I want to keep my millions.
That's
C,
right.
I
Well,
want to keep my freedom.
so with
So I
that,
go to D. Yeah, and
we're-
I don't want my dog to be lonely. D. There we go.
meanwhile your dog is actually the whole time was like watching from a rooftop and like just like very excited by all of this, and your goldfish feels very sad left back on the rooftop. However, you're all taken and escorted by the Secret Service off to some undisclosed location, which we will find out about in our next game. But at the moment, Dimensional Detective, what you see is Boston Common, and you're in the arms of that creature as it shifts and folds through time and space, and barely lucid, barely alive, you look up at this creature, and it's just focused on some point in time or space ahead of you. And you're not even sure if you're dreaming right now or if you're heading through that tunnel, but sure enough, that glow begins to envelop you, and you feel a vertigo as time and space begin to distort and bend. And there's a rupture in time, not unlike the ones that you've passed through before in your prior game, your prior adventures. And then there's a sonic boom and a slam as you disappear into somewhere in time. And so with that, I'm going to end our first game. For everybody watching, thank you so much for doing so. I also want to thank my players. I had a lot of fun tonight. I thought there was a lot of great energy. Like, everybody was really firing on all cylinders. Thank you so much. I feel really lucky to play with you guys, and I appreciate you taking the time out of your day, even especially considering that I don't pay any of you to do this. I had a lot of fun.
What?
Oh, right. Yeah, I'm sorry, Walter. Did I tell you I work for Disney?
Okay.
I am so
Aw.
sorry about. I know. Is it too soon? So thank you everybody for watching. If you like what you saw, please like and subscribe, and maybe even share this. And we will be back for issue 2, the conclusion of our Hero State Supers summer crossover event. Thank you very much, and good night.
Okay.
Good night.
Adios.